All right. It is Sunday night, and this is episode 32 of my live stream. This is the live stream where I'm Joshua Kemble. I've worked as a freelance illustrator and professional graphic designer, illustrator, and uh, creative for about over 15 years. And I've worked as a professional art director for about 6. And when I'm not art directing or working as a graphic designer and illustrator, I am here late at night usually. Although it's interesting, I did like 2 live streams this morning, but generally at night, I'm working on cartooning, and I'm working on things like the second book of 2 stories. What is 2 stories? 2 stories. This one came out in December, but 2 stories is my graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. And you'll notice here on the cover it says book 1, and I am working on book 2. This was released through Marcosia in December, and I'm getting pretty good reviews of it so far. So if you haven't yet, and you have interest in these streams or in graphic novels that kind of get into autobiography, here I'll show you a little bit of it. Some like hand-inked, hand-lettered pages. So there's about 122 of those pages, and you can purchase this through Amazon or also request that your local comic shop carry it. Book 2 is what I'm working on now, and I'm working on thumbnails and basically tight roughs for the final pages of book 2. So I'm pretty excited. I've been working at this like nonstop, trying to do about a page a day. And this is a chance for me to try to catch up. I'm a few pages behind where I'd like to be. I'm also doing the 100 Days of Making Comics Challenge. And that is the challenge where you spend a minimum of 30 minutes a day working on your own personal comic book project for about 100 days in a row. And I've been spending about an hour to 4 hours a day on the challenge, and am on day 59, which is pretty cool. So I think it's 59 because I started on the 1st of January, so that would be about right. 59 days. Okay. So here we go. So my goal tonight is to get a little bit further, hopefully to do thumbnails for at least one page further. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. We're at this weird part in the story where I'm talking about, so basically a bunch of stuff has happened in the second book. It's kind of touched on some of the reasons that in the first book, my character was dealing with a bunch of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. The second book kind of gets into like a little more of the why, and then kind of gets into some events that caused a lot of PTSD and terrible stuff. Events like, being a victim of violent crime and sort of the trauma that comes from that. So now that we've gone through all of that, that's all in the past. And then we're back to the present with our main character, who is in Portland, Oregon again, back at his apartment, trying to kind of sort out his relationship. And now he's getting into a little bit of philosophy, like what he thinks about life. And what's interesting about this, and I'm really excited about, is this is where the story is starting to get to the resolution of the entire crux of the 2 books. So book 1 and book 2. So this is like kind of climax resolution territory, which is pretty cool to get that far into the book. So what I'm going to be working on tonight is thumbnailing and doing roughs for page. What page am I on? 104. And what you see in front of you is the completed page 103, which I did during the very angsty, crazy streams that I did this morning. And now I'm planning on working on page 104. So yeah, so if you're watching along, feel free to comment in the chats. Try to keep it nice and professional in there. And then other than that, like, I'm just going to get going on these pages and I'll speak about stuff as it comes to mind. But mostly I'm going to try to just focus on getting through this and getting the page done. And I'll talk about my process as I do it. These streams are meant to be kind of a hangout where you can talk about whatever and we can work on art together. So we shall see how this goes. That being said, let's get into it. Oh, and being that it's at night, I am having a limited series Bravery Brewing Mr. Quilty, which is a, what would this be? It's a Belgian style pale ale, and it's pretty good. I'm enjoying it. So yeah, so here we go. All right, pale ale sip had, and now let's get into the breakdown. So what I like to do on these is break up previous pages. I do kind of think some of these older pages, I usually keep like a backlog of previous pages, and I think I'm done with a lot of these older pages, and so I don't think I'll be needing them. But what I usually do is break these pages into, I'll try to bring this in a little bit so you can see it. Did that work? Yes, good. So I usually will try to kind of select and break this into 3 sections since I'm working on a 9-panel grid in general. So they usually divide really nicely into 3. And I will do this so that I'm sequentially staying kind of on point with the previous stuff that I've done. And here, I'm going to get into this. And voila. That has, now we have like the pages broken into 3 nice sections, and I can kind of get into it. This will be a nice little divider that I can use. This is from one of the previous pages, but it's nice and right in the center, so it helps me divide the panels. Okay. And okay. So this is explaining at the time my atheism and getting pretty in depth with it. And that's leading somewhere because I am no longer an atheist. But I was at the time that this takes place. And this is going to kind of get into a little bit of like what changed my mind. All right, so let's get into it. I do want to make sure this panel is good to replicate. Why isn't that copying? Thank you. To replicate across. If it's not, that could be a problem. And this is just cheats to avoid having to kind of measure everything out, which is what I am going to be doing once I'm done with the roughs and thumbnails. I'll be sort of working that out. So I had a pretty fun day today. My son ended up playing Kirby with me. I have an old NES emulator, and he was really obsessed with Kirby for a while, like just the character of Kirby, like Nintendo's. And it was like this era where he was like really into Mario Brothers and the Super Mario characters, more so than the games. And then he got like really obsessed and interested in Kirby. And so anyhow, today we were like playing and doing a fake battle, and I used his Kirby stuffed animal, which he has, and the Kirby stuffed animal was like eating all of the bad guys and then spitting them out. And suddenly he wanted to play Kirby on NES, which was fun because I love those old NES games. So that was kind of neat. All right, so it's a late night. Well, it's not really that late. It's 9:30, so it's late for a dad of a 7-year-old. So let's get into this. So the type here is going to be to me. Let's see. We put this over here where I can read it a little easier. Okay. To me, it was obvious. Was an obvious. I'm also excited that tomorrow will be another indie review show, and that should be pretty good. Corey Kerr, my friend, and Scott Cirkland, another friend of mine, both on YouTube. And I started a show called the Indie Review Show, where we review different comics, like different indie comics, and probably other things than indie comics, but mostly indie media. And we do it kind of from the standpoint of creatives. So, like, what we can pull from creative work that's inspired us that can then be used or utilized in our own work. And I'm pretty excited. So far, all the books that have been reviewed that I haven't picked have been books that I haven't read or that I've kind of thumbed through but never really picked up. And that's really exciting because it sort of allows for the discovery of new work, which is really very exciting. All right, so let's space out the type here a little bit. And we're going to kind of get into it. Okay. Look at that. Panel 1 started. I'm curious here. I kind of want to pull a little bit of stuff from the first book because this is kind of the wrapping up of the whole story. And the nice thing about closing a story is you can have these reflections of previous panels. I view it as almost like a song or a poem where you can kind of pull references that come back a little later. I'm pretty sure this will be a pretty effective one. So this is a panel from, hold on, no. This will be a panel from the last book. I just want to find a good one. And I think that was it. That was the panel. Okay. So I want this to kind of be a reflection, almost like pulling us back to the narrative before. And I think it will have kind of a poetic impact, kind of concluding the two books. And I've been doing this a little bit throughout, but in this case, that just doesn't read cult-like, though. I mean, that's what that panel was about, but I'm wondering if maybe there's another panel that I can pull from. Okay, so I have an idea. I'm going to do a panel like that a little bit, but it's going to be under here. It's going to be kind of referencing from the first book. This crowd sequence. There's a crazy crowd sequence. Did I grab the wrong one again? I did. I think. Is this the wrong one? Yes, this is the wrong one. So here we go. This is the one I meant to pull. This is a scene from the first book, from like a chapel service, and should all kind of make sense in a second. And I keep joking that that could be almost the theme of these streams. That's the nature of thumbnails, I think, half the time is like, this will make sense in a second. Okay. So I think I'm going to do this, but have it here. There we go. And this is sort of bringing to the foreground like a lot of this kind of idea of what the beliefs were stemmed from, you know, the way I grew up and like the school I attended and stuff like that. So I had all these different preconceived notions about religion because of the way that I had been raised, and particularly like not so much at home, but like with some of the school systems and dishonesty that I experienced growing up. And so there was a lot of like kind of harbored bitterness and like fear of what these schools and systems and stuff were doing to people. So I want this to be sort of almost like the same panel, just so that it's referenced and it's easily recognizable as like almost the same panel. But it's going to have like a little bit of difference because it's going to be like a fusion with, where's that other panel? With this top panel. So yeah, but we're pulling back to this this sequence, and then we'll kind of go from there. And this shouldn't take a massive amount of time, but maybe it will. I think I should be a little looser with this too. So, okay. Here we are. We're just kind of working from that previous panel. And getting this blocked out. So it's kind of a nice day for a Sunday night. It was a lot of fun. I got a lot of time to spend playing with my son, which was really cool because he's a lot of fun. And also, I think he values the time too. And that's pretty cool to be able to kind of make that happen. Because life gets busy and hectic, and it's a good thing to kind of remember to try to make happen. Yeah. And I do think I want this background to be fairly recognizably the same. So if somebody were reading this and they went back to book one, they'd be like, yes, it's a callback. In writing, that is often a good idea. Like if you have characters you want to have people believe know each other, you can kind of introduce like an inside joke or something at the beginning of the story. And then later on, when it's referencing their friendship, they can pull back that inside joke. And suddenly, the reader might be like, oh, these people are friends. They have an inside joke. We've been in along with it. Let's see here. I think this is good. All right. Let's get into it. So, okay, here's the, now I get to do a massive crowd scene, which is insane to do in high detail right now, because, like, once again, this is roughs, not finals, so we're just going to kind of noodle these out. But I do want, like, to do, like I said, a hybrid of the previous pages. So this will be like a character, but they're all kind of zombified is the thought. I've been doing this sort of theme of like almost like smoke coming out of these characters' mouths and like their eyes crossed out, just to like signify like my thought at the time that they were a cult. And so hopefully that symbolism will read and not just seem weird. So far, from the people I've heard from who've read it, I don't know if they had any confusion regarding that. I don't think any of them did. But maybe I should ask, like, if that part made sense to them. Okay. So in Two Stories Book One, it sort of bounces back and forth from childhood to adulthood and deals with like kind of like childhood playground politics and disappointments and depression for like a child and how they deal with that, juxtaposing that with like a very much higher stakes version of depression and trauma and world events, as experienced as an adult, and sort of bounce back and forth from the two perspectives, to kind of hopefully make a more compelling story. However, who knows? Again, who knows if that's all that effective or not? But the goal is to be effective with it. Let's see, what other interesting things today? That was basically it. I mean, we had Hawaiian barbecue. That was pretty yummy for dinner. And then, ran around pretending to be Kirby fighting some of the villains from Kirby that my son remembers that I never remember the name of. And that was pretty fun. So let's see here. Oh yes. On another good note, we got my mother-in-law her second vaccine, And so far so good. Like, she seems to be doing great, and that's pretty encouraging too. Because you never know with those kind of things. I mean, in general, most people I've heard from, it hasn't affected badly, but you always kind of hope like it won't be something that puts her out for a while. It's good if it's like something that doesn't have a huge mass effect on the person. So there's that. And other than that, we're just kind of knocking out this panel. So we'll see how that works. Let's check out how it's coming out. Yep. Almost there. Just have to get through the rest of it. And again, I need to be a little less tight with this because it's not like it's a final draft. So I can be a little more free with it. Especially because it's a crowd scene. So here we go. A lovely way to spend a night is working on thumbnails for a panel. So the great thing about working in this way is when it comes to doing like layouts next, which I'm very excited about, it's not going to be quite as time consuming to do, which is kind of exciting. When it comes to even like gathering photo reference and stuff like that, like it shouldn't take as long because I've worked out a lot of the technical elements of the story, and so that in itself should be a pretty fast process too, in theory. The first book literally took me like 5 years, which I feel is just too long to make a book. And it was almost like quicker than my first graphic novel, which I never published, but was like 128 pages. And that one I think might have even taken longer than this one, the Two Stories Book One. So I do feel like if I kind of continue down this road of trying to improve my workflow and turnaround times, that it won't hopefully be as unachievable to get done. But who knows? I do meet with cartoonists quite often who sort of have a similar idea, like a fantasy of these things taking less time, and then a lot of the time it just ends up taking just as much, if not more time. But one can only hope. I kind of don't know if the time matters as much as just getting it finished. I think getting finished with something is really important. I meet a lot of people who have like ambitions to do something and often just don't finish it. It kind of reminds me of like when I was 16 or so, or 15. I'd meet all these people who had ambitions of playing guitar, but very few of them who did. And then of those few that did, like even fewer like who had ambitions of like having a band or something like that just bothered to try to start a band and like actually make that happen. Which again is like, now is a little more complicated to try to find musicians, but like in high school, around that time, it's like you can find musicians, you can find people who who have like kind of like interest in playing music a lot easier actually in high school, I think, than you can as an adult. So yeah, so there's that. Okay, so here we go. We're sort of working on this, getting this blocked out, and all worked out. And here we go. Working through it. This is not the most exciting panel, but I think it'll be important for the narrative that it repeats, and then has that subtle shift just to kind of reinforce a little bit more like nuance to like what I'm talking about in the story. I think let me see. As a storyteller, I also think like themes are really important. So there's ongoing themes throughout this book. Some of them have to do with control, like having a semblance of control. I actually think that a lot of mental health issues stem from people's desire to have total control or knowledge over a situation, and people having the inability to embrace that there is something beyond themselves that is calling the shots. And I think just being able to accept that and like can help greatly with mental illness. So that's one of the themes. Like you'll notice in the first book, there's a lot of sequences in childhood where like, as a kid, I'm trying to like control scenarios at like a playground or something like that. And the lack of control over other human beings is like one of the things that causes me frustration as a kid. And that's sort of reinforced in a lot of these themes. Like I think that's what frightened me the most about Christianity was the idea of having no control, or like giving control to like a higher power rather than myself, because I was aspiring to kind of have that control. So fun times, I know. But that is definitely like one of the big themes I'm kind of trying to reflect in this part of the book and bring the readers back to, because I want them to remember the control. I want them to remember like, oh yeah, this sequence, So, okay. So here we go. We're just kind of working through it. And not the most fun panel to block out, but we're blocking it out. And we're almost there. And we're at like 30 minutes of this stream. And it'll be well worth it. It's a little crowd scene, but I think very much well worth it. Let's see. Oh, no eyeball there. X's for eyes. Well, look at that. Cool. So we have that. We have some of this. This also will work really well as a way to kind of tie it back to some of these more cartoony styles, where it's like there's a very conscious shift in style in the first book. Between it sort of fluctuates between this wonkier family circus type style, and this more kind of realistic, very rendered, crosshatchish style. One that kind of pulls more from Sunday funnies and Sunday comic strips, and then one that has a style more equivalent to a lot of underground comics. that are more like slice of life, realistic books. And so like the second book has less of that back and forth and sticks more to that realistic look. But as it closes, I really do want to start pulling some of the stylistic shifts back into it too. So that again, it's like kind of like a principle of design where it's like if you have a book layout that sort of starts with a certain design, you usually want it to have an ending that reflects that previous design, or a song where you want to have like common threads throughout a song, and your ending usually will be a bit of a reflection of the beginning. Or maybe if you get really sophisticated, the ending will be like an amalgamation of the chorus and the bridge and breakdown. Let's see here. So yeah, so that's kind of the thinking here, and we'll see. Okay. But I have to say, I am very much looking forward to the day of being able to be wrapped with this section of it, because that'll mean I'm about 1/4 to 1/3 of the way through, which is not a bad place to be. Right now, I'm probably about 1/8 of the way through all the work that I need to do for this. Right now we're blocking out these are broken up by chapters, and right now we're blocking out chapter 10, and there's 11 chapters total. So pretty cool. But we're on chapter 10, page 1 in the script, and there's quite a few pages in this chapter. It's an important chapter too. Also because it's more of like a spiritual chapter, like the paneling will probably start getting a little more experimental and crazy as we progress through. So there we go. We've got like kind of that reflected scene done. And now it's time to just kind of work it out. So just going to put in those blocks of shading. This I should do a little quicker because I find that balance really hard, honestly. Like, sometimes I probably am, even though these are tighter thumbnails, I might be going a little too tight on some of these thumbnails, but I do kind of think there's a method to this madness, hopefully. So, but maybe this might be a scenario where maybe I am going a little too tight into it. I don't know. All right, so here we go, and we're going to have most of these are going to have like a tighter amount of shadow under them. And this whole crowd sequence, it's all right. That panel's done. That's one panel. Okay, and this one will be another one of those loose panels, I think, that I used a lot in the last sequence. Let me see here. Let me see. I'm looking up. I want the type to actually pull from like an illuminated manuscript. Let's see. Let's try. Oh, this is good. This might do it. Let's see here. Going to find that reference. Let's see. Let's put it in here. That is pretty good. Okay, so let me pull this. Oh, hey, Frank, how's it going? For your tomorrow is done, I'll be sending out the PDF. Nice. That's awesome. I still think you need to do a sequel. A sequel to your comic, Frank, where the trees strike back. It could actually be called The Trees Strike Back. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to look at this original, like, kind of 16. I think it's like a Bible from the 1500s. And that is pretty cool. All right. So it's going to have like type that sort of pulls from that to. So first, I'm going to block out the overall. How are you doing, Frank? Are you working on stuff right now? And then this should be okay. So this, I'm just going to loosely work out kind of the lettering, which is not, this is not the most worked out. And that's probably going to have school 4 here. And this is a true story. I really did actually intend to make this like wildly anti-Christian comic called Sunday School for Atheists, like at the time that that I was believing this, which is so weird to think about now, but um, that was my ambition at the time. I had some pretty wild designs to make that happen. Um, it's very strange. Strange that years later I would actually be making a book about my own salvation. It's a pretty weird thing. Editing, Frank said doing good. Editing a video where you worked on the last page of the comic took longer to edit, but it's done and I just uploaded it. Cool. I'm gonna have to check that out after I'm done with this business, this comics business. Okay, so then this is gonna say a okay, so now we're gonna do some more kind of stuff. So I'm gonna look at these letter forms and just kind of play with them. And this is a very loose rough, so it doesn't need to be perfection. But I am gonna kind of move that Holy Bible so I can kind of see it a little more clearly. Okay, so I'm noticing that on this letter form, and keep in mind this is very loose and rough. Obviously, the final, I will be getting more into this. But on this letter form, I noticed that it's thicker. So I will probably start working out a little more of that actual letter form. And then let's see if there's a word. Yeah, there is. So there's that B, and I'm looking at the B, and I'm noticing it has like this little swoopy thing. So this is how I like would rough out lettering that I'm trying to kind of use that's influenced. Then I'm noticing that all endpoints have this curve, and then a curve here, and they kind of go to a thing like that. So that's kind of my mimic of the S. That's my best prediction of what the S in that font family would look like. It's going to get to really thin here, and then probably a little bit of that. So, and if I were working this out on like InDesign or Illustrator, when I do actually work this out on Illustrator, I'm obviously going to be paying quite a lot more attention to the like nuance and detail of this lettering. But for now, this should do. So then we're going to basically have this S go here. And the nice thing is I know there's 2 of these, so I won't have to do this twice. So there we go. And that's sort of a loose, it gives me a loose approximation of what this lettering is going to look like. I'm also noticing that, that there's these kind of little loopy doops. So, okay. So there's an S. Then we're going to do the U, which is going to require a lot less guesstimations. But I do want it to be a little wider, and then it's going to go to super thin because that's how this font works. Not that it's even a font at this point, it's like custom lettering. And that is going to have my little guys here, my little guys here. And we're going to kind of make that happen. Similarly, another little guy. The nice thing is if I spend time kind of really working this out roughly, it will save me time when it comes to finals, which is the whole point. And I will reiterate that a lot. When I'm doing these, like the more kind of you put in at the beginning, like the less work you kind of end up having to do at the end quite often. Okay. So there we go. Got this little loopy doop here. I think loopy doop is the official word of what this thing is called. It's called a loopy doop. That's what all professional typographers call that. Okay. Yeah, so Frank, that's cool. You made a lot of progress. I am still about a day behind where I'd like to be. But I did make some progress, and if I can finish this, this will get me a little under a day behind, which is not so bad. It is funny, though. These self-imposed deadlines, too. Look how pretty that looks. Okay. So we're going to do a D. And the D is going to pull a lot from what I see there in a B. Like, it's usually going to have a very similar family style to it. So let's see here. So that's good. D still has that, but this will be, there we go. I get it. All right. So this, we'll still have this part, but it's going to be a little more like the O at this point. Like the side of the O. So the O has this little loop here. And again, I do believe this will save me time. In theory. Maybe not. But I feel like if I have to work less of this out when it comes to the final, the better off I'm going to be. Okay. So that's sund. I think if I have it actually align a little bit. Okay. Now let's do the A. The A is going to be equivalent to that Y that I'm seeing there, but this is more like the A version. And then if I look at any tilted letters, it does look like the weight is going to be on the left side. So I'm going to make that little loop. This is one of the ways that I like to break down lettering. And it's been really helpful for me to like just start analyzing like what are the letter forms. And it's helped me be able to dissect and do some pretty cool hand lettered looking stuff, custom kind of lettering. You can kind of analyze something that you admire and sort of try to figure out how it works. And it's actually not rocket science. Like it's actually totally doable. I think here I'm going to get a little artsy with this and make it have like a swoop similar to the B. And then just work out this letter form here. Here it's going to have a similar thing going on to the Y, but it's going to get thin. And it's going to get a little blob here, thing here, and a thing here. Okay, now let's get that Y worked out. Okay, we got the sund. And a nice little trick with kerning is like the A and a D when you have a line like that that's straight next to a line that is curved, it usually makes it look more distant. It's kind of an optical illusion, so you need to almost pull it tighter so that it looks like it's not like a mile away. Okay. Ooh, did not mean to tilt that. Okay, so now we're going to do the Y, and we're almost at an hour. My goodness. Feels like I am slowing down at these things, Frank. Am I taking longer than I started taking on these things? I think it's kind of, I don't know. It almost feels like it's part and parcel with the nature of doing comics, but I do feel like I've been taking longer on these streams and roughs. But then again, it makes sense because it's like I'm not having like crazy custom type on every page. And this one, I want to have a specific look. Is that a justification? Am I making excuses and not making comics, Frank? I hope not. Okay, so then we're going to do this. I do like the idea of these little side loops sort of corresponding, and I do love this little snippet it has at the top of the Y. And that's going to be pretty cool to like sort of pull back. I think the rest of them all just have like this reflecting line that's sort of here and here. Gonna get this pretty type. And this, I do want it to have like one of those and one of those. Times when it takes longer, it's natural. I know, but it never feels natural. Like you want it to just go super quick. Like for me, the only reason I can have patience with these things is I know that at the end of the day, I'm only going to have to show what I make. And so I feel like I want to make something good. Like, but I'm so tempted to just be like, it's good enough. Okay. Look at that. There's Sunday. Nice little pretty Sunday. And then we're at about the, what would we be at? Oh yeah, we're at about an hour of streaming. And so what I'm going to do is take my little 20-second break that I do every hour that I stream, so that I don't entirely burn out whilst streaming. Before I do that, though, I do want to adjust this lettering a little bit. That prettiness. That is pretty cool. That's going to be worth it. What's sad is there will be people who will look at some of the custom type in my comic, even the first one, and think it's like a font. And that bums me out. Some of them originate from fonts, but there is a lot of like straight up, full out custom type. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Frank was saying the storm set him back on his horror comic. Yeah, dude. I'm imagining that set a lot of people back on a lot of things. Because like that was a beast of a thing, man. I mean, we definitely have our issues up here in California too. Like we pretty much like seasonally get pretty wacky, out of control, like wildfires and stuff. So we're no stranger to, and then like being in California, it's like we occasionally have the crazy, what am I doing? Okay, I was gonna take a break, but we do occasionally have like the. I'm gonna see out this thought and then take my break. We'll occasionally have the crazy, unplanned for earthquake too. We had a pretty intense one a couple years back. That was not super far from my house. And it did actually put our power out for like half a day, and that sucked. but I don't know if we've had anything quite that intense as what you guys experienced. Frank, how do you like living in Texas? Do you like Texas? How's it going, Mama Soto? Joining again the stream. Welcome. I'm working on some roughed out custom type that will eventually be way more time consuming, but I'm trying to at least approximate a good kind of template for it. And started decoding the letter forms, which is one of my favorite things on the earth to do. It's funny, I used to hate type so much. Like, I used to admire it, but I just hated the process of doing it. And then just this weird thing happened where I was like, just something unlocked. And I think it was the fact that I realized it could be illustrated and that there's like a logic to it and a certain symmetry. And like much like an illustration or a design, you can like rough it out and kind of work it out and treat it almost like a figure, and kind of decode characters from another typeface, like I'm doing here, where it's like, hey, I'm looking at this typeface down here. What are some of the properties of that typeface? So that's cool. You're a type nerd. What's your favorite kind of typography, Mama Soto? Okay. So like I said, I've been streaming about an hour. I'm going to disappear for about 20 seconds. So let me know your favorite type of typography, your favorite type of type. And I'll get into it when I get back. Let's see here. I keep saying I'm going to go on break for about 20 seconds, but then I'm like really super digging, noodling this thing. Okay. Oh, Frank, that's just straight trolling. That's hilarious. Yeah. Ooh, Didot. Yes. Yes. Sans serifs are beautiful. It's one of my favorite sans serifs is one called Interstate. I love that one because it's like it's the sans serif that they use on like most freeway exits and freeway signs in California, and it's so like just pretty and cool and like utilitarian. It's very close to Helvetica. It's like a hybrid, but I like it. But Didot is very good. Okay, guys, I will be right back very, very shortly. Thank you for joining the stream. And like I said, I'll be back in like 20 seconds to finish thumbnailing and working out this second panel. All right. All right, here we go. Back to it. Whew. It's interesting, like fighting exhaustion too, because it's been a very long day. As you guys know, actually, you guys were on the stream early this morning. Nice. Saw your vid the other day. Well done. I need to get caught up and get to these points of actively posting, but first get my house in order. Yeah, I understand that one. Are you trying to kind of what are you thinking of posting, Mama Soto? You should definitely jump in on this live streaming thing. It's kind of fun. I like it because it's almost like going to art school for a little bit, where it's like back in art school, late at night, hanging out with friends and just kind of working on art. And honestly, like the first book, I did most of this. Like I'd be up around the same hours doing art, and it just dawned on me with the technology available to stream and stuff that I could just run a live stream and kind of hang out with people while doing it. Been lucky enough to have folks like you kind folks show up and keep me company. So the nice thing about this is there's a pretty clearly laid out one already done, which is great. So I just have to kind of mimic that a little bit. I don't know. I hate being a jack of all trades. I love art and design too much, and I need to niche. Yeah. Nice. I'm glad you like the streams. Yeah. And that's the hope, is like I want this to be a place where people can work on stuff and then also be slightly entertained, but it's it's kind of like a podcast a little bit, but also interactive. So you can kind of chime in here and there and also get some art done. And I feel like that's a really cool thing to be able to do. I know that like if I weren't live streaming right now, I would be listening to podcasts like a madman. But the nice thing about live streaming is, I get to have conversations with different people. Some of them more fun than others. This morning's one was a little interesting. You guys were there for that. But yeah, I mean, like in general, like most artists are pretty nice people. So, it's pretty cool. Been trying to practice learning illuminated manuscript and gold foiling icons with clay, the old school way. Always love that craft. That's awesome. Good podcast to recommend. That they're kind of like the same old ones. I mean, like, my phone is here, so I can't like pull them up. But I mean, I definitely recommend Radio Lab is great. I like. There's one I've been listening to that a friend, kind of acquaintance of mine, the guy wrote one of the books I recommended earlier today. He does one called Changed My Mind, which is really cool, with Luke T. Harrington. And that one's like fascinating as all hell. Because it's like, and it's kind of encouraging too, because it's all about like people who've changed their minds on like big issues. And it's kind of encouraging because often you meet people who are really stuck in like one mindset and refuse to sort of change their mind or see a different viewpoint. And it's a podcast where like the whole theme is like people who've changed their minds on like core deep, like really heavy philosophical issues. And then sometimes it's like really fun issues, like the use of a semicolon. So it's a lot of fun. I like that a lot. For politics, I really like the David Pakman show a lot. That's pretty good and pretty fair. It's very left leaning, but it's like I think fairly balanced. as far as podcasts go. Yeah, so that's a few recommendations. There's a ton more, but there's one called the Mental Illness Happy Hour that I like a lot, and that one delves into mental health. And let's see, I enjoyed that one a lot. There is Beautiful Voyager, which is a really cool one. They had me on as a guest, but that's with Meredith Archer, and again, like talks about like anxiety and different kind of mental struggles that we all kind of have from time to time if we're like overthinkers. Yeah. I was watching the stream where the misogynist first invaded. I checked out his channel. I assumed he was a young boy, but he looks older than us. Oh, I didn't check out his channel, Frank. You got to let me know. I kind of felt bad for the guy. Like it's a weird thing, but it's like he struck me as somebody who was probably in a lot of like personal pain and like is just really mentally stuck on like one topic. And I kind of get it. Like being a person who's struggled with, mental health stuff, I get it, but it's also hard because it's like at the same time, like my patience for people who like don't like minorities or immigrants is pretty low because my wife is like a minority and an immigrant, daughter of an immigrant, and like similarly, my patience for misogynist is pretty low because I have sisters and a lot of women I respect in my life, including my wife and my mother-in-law, and a lot of coworkers that are like way better than me at the job we work at. And so it's like, it's also just kind of a hard framework to maintain when you live in the world because it's like there's a lot of brilliant women out there. So to try to kind of pretend that somehow like dudes are more superior or worthy of like some special treatment that women aren't, like that's hard to be patient with, because once again, like no matter what your kind of dysfunction is or mental struggles, like you still should be respectful of other human beings. And then if you're like calling yourself a Christian and parading around like sort of disparaging minorities and women, like it just to me seems like, yeah, I mean that's the part where I like kind of draw the line. But I still I still kind of feel bad for the guy. I hope he's okay. And I hope maybe he seeks help. Yeah, but that's my take on it. I don't know. Maybe he thinks he's doing fine. Oh, that's funny. I've been told this by other people. So you were saying it was obvious, but I was quite patient. That's interesting. I never view myself as patient. like like even during that conversation, I was like heated and pissed, and I felt like really angry, and I felt like I was being pretty unfair, and sort of like but I've been told this before by people in scenarios where I feel like I've lost my cool, that they felt I was patient, and I really can't assure you that to myself because it's like I didn't feel patient during that. I felt very impatient and kind of almost ready to like jump down his throat. So anyhow, I appreciate that, and that's cool to know. I don't know what that is though, because like I said, I never really feel that bad. Yeah. And then let's see here. Frank said, channel seemed fine. I just glanced it and didn't go through it. He does comics and live streams. I'll check it later. He might have been having a bad couple of days. Yeah, I hope so, man. I just like, once again, a bad couple of days, like you still should be respectful of like human beings, like yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, I don't know. I definitely have I enjoy discussion, and I tend to try, and sometimes this is to a fault. But I tend to try to see um like the potential in other people. Like with that guy, I could tell like he had a block, like I don't know what was blocking him from sort of being able to objectively see like why what he was saying was sort of irrational and convoluted and very like personal experience driven and didn't seem right. And it kind of bummed me out to hear the guy, because it's like I want to believe that all people have the capacity um to like think rationally and sort of like understand when they're being irrational. Which is totally like that in itself is a really irrational idea, but that's always my hope when I deal with people, even people I disagree with. My hope is that like at some point they might be able to find agreement, which I know can also sound like kind of snarky and stuck up, because it's like assuming that I'm on the rational side of things, um, but I'm not always on the rational side of things either. Like there are some issues where I'm very worked up and personal about it. Um, so it's a fine line, but that's what I like to aspire to. Who knows? Um, and then Mama Soto said she has a cousin named that. So Salazar, Mama Soto, my Texan buddies, how are you? How are you guys faring? So Frank, I was asking you how you liked Texas. That was my question. And I'm wondering, I want to track back. You said I like Texas. I lived here the majority of my life. I still want to visit Canada someday. Huh, why Canada? I mean, I could understand like uh I've met a couple Canadians in my life. One of my closest friends growing up in like junior high, um, and then high school, and we're still friends to today. He lives up north and works for Facebook, but he was Canadian. And the weird thing is, if you're born in Canada, even if you're a U.S. citizen, I think you can opt to like keep citizenship that's recognized by Canada. Um, Even though this is starting to look way too squished, which is a big rule of typography, is to not squish type in a recognizably squishy way. I think that's the official way they say the rule. Don't make squishy type. That's how they put it. I'm joking, but I love maple syrup. Me too, man. I will tell you, like legit maple syrup. Like maple syrup is one of those things. I don't spend a lot on a lot of food, but maple syrup's one of those ones where I want the like glass bottle that looks like a swig of whiskey. Like it looks like a little jug of whiskey. If it doesn't come in that, I don't tend to trust the syrup, because I want that like real, tasty syrup. Oh, nice. All your favorite shows are from Canada. Hmm. I, you know what? Canada is really interesting. I know Drawn and Quarterly is located in Canada too, and they're like one of my favorite comic publishers. And then Kids in the Hall was Canada, which was a great. That was a great uh, a sketch comedy show. What other shows are from Canada that you like? Maple syrup is the real deal. All right, we got like some syrup love going on. But yeah, syrup is just really good when it's good. When it's cheap, it's tough though. Oh, nice. Baby sister in Seattle. Seattle. Well, I already talked to you guys about Seattle. Seattle's cool though. Thing I don't think I could handle is the weather stuff. I got so pampered with good weather in California. Like even now, it's like I'm feeling slightly cold because it's like 73 degrees and we don't have the heater on. I mean, that's pretty awesome. Like California is pretty amazing weather wise, and so it's like it's really hard. Oh, due south, dude, Frank. My sister-in-law, like my wife's sister, is obsessed with due south. Like she thinks it's like the best show ever. And then Vancouver is gorgeous. Then hop over the island, so we want to do that. That actually sounds really cool. And then you can't do that on television and Stargate. Ooh. Yeah. After this brutal freeze, don't want their weather. Can you imagine how much colder it is up there? I cannot. And it's funny because like my family, like my dad came from Chicago, and like it gets freezing in Chicago, but I can't do it. Can't do it. Okay. So now we're gonna do an F. F here. The F is going to look like this E that you see down here. So that's what I'm going to kind of do. Work out that F. Also forgetting to do straight lines. And then this E has like more of an arc here. I think it comes to like a funky little point. And there's this line. I love Due South. I began opening doors for people after I watched Due South. The Mountie just seemed respectful. Yeah, I mean, like it is nice for in the sense of like encouraging people to be polite. Like I personally didn't like the show, but yeah, I mean, I can understand the charm of it. But like I said, the people who like the show like the show. And I think that's one of the reasons is like it's sort of like the main character is like a decent human being, and which is kind of striking because there's not a lot of people out there that are like decent human beings that like open the door for people and are polite and helpful. And so like having this sort of character example of that on a TV show is kind of cool, you know. Yeah. I wonder what ever happened to that actor. Like, what is that actor doing now? Because I know he was like heavily involved in that. I've probably heard too much about that because like I said, I have a sibling in law who's like obsessed with Due South. Okay. So here we go, and we're getting this through. And I think I'm going to get this little swirly bop, and similarly that. And I kind of don't like how distant this is. This should be more squished. I think this is actually a larger arc. It's a larger line here, and it kind of gets to a larger point. There we go. And then this is going to be a little more of a kind of one of these. There we go. Much better. Okay, so that's what we've got there. Then I think Mama Soto asked me something in the chats, so I will check that out in a second. And let's see here. Let's get that a little more squished. Look at that. Why did I say old school? Oh, this was going to be an F. All that work, and I forgot that was an F. Old school. You guys won't tell anyone that I was about to write school. That makes a little more sense. I was like trying to think like, wait, what am I doing here? Okay, so that's going to be an F. Pop, pop, pop. Problem solved. Sunday school. All right. What are your lessons on drawing type? Any tips you learned or musts? My main thing is like, keep in mind like the center line, the baseline, and the cap height. And then look for repeated forms. So like often in letter forms, like a U repeats the same kind of weights and thicknesses as like an O, except of course the top is going to kind of look more similar to like an L. So there's certain letters that kind of have repeated forms. The other thing is like don't vary your type beyond like 2 typefaces. Generally, like try to limit your typefaces. There's so many. If you're dealing with like blocks of type, you want to avoid using like orphans or widows, like leaving a word on its own. But in general, just make it readable and consistent. Like don't be afraid to repeat themes. Like creating fonts or type is very similar to like, hip hop, where you're sampling different sections and kind of repeating them. And you'll start seeing that as you dissect lettering. So, I mean, there's a whole lot to it that gets way more complex, and you can, do an entire like school section on it. But like to me, that's the big ones. And then also just don't forget to play, So yeah, those are kind of like different things. One of my favorite ones is don't hang your quote marks. So like if you're doing aligned letters and you have like a quote mark, so like actually have the quote mark like hang outside of where it lines up in the grid, because otherwise it kind of looks like it's indenting, especially if you're doing a design where it's all sort of justified. And then try to avoid doing justified type. And if you do custom justified, so it doesn't have like massive space between words and letters. But with hand lettered ones, I would just say like try to create sections that you can then repeat. So like if I were building this in Illustrator, like one of the first things I'd make is like a letter I, a capital letter I, and then that I would be the base of the D, the N, the H, like basically the F. Like any letter that has that long stem is going to be reusing that same stem. And then same with like, all your other type. So that's like, I can't get heavy into it. I love this. That should be the title of the stream. Avoid orphans and widows and other types. Yeah, talking about typography out of context would sound really bad. I don't draw them as often as I create them in font programs, and agree with the tips you mentioned. I like to try and draw them more. I also kind of cheat a little bit. So I will build a lot of them in Illustrator and then Lightbox it, so it has that like hand done look. So when I'm done with this, like I'm roughing it out by hand, but then I'll probably bring it to Illustrator, which will be the next phase of like these thumbnails. So when I'm done with these thumbnails and roughs, I do all my panel borders and lettering as rough versions of that on Illustrator. And then I use those to kind of lightbox as a template to get that hand lettered vibe. Yeah. She was saying we may have unwanted visitors. That's true. Some of my YouTube titles, if they're all about typography, could bring like the wrong kind of people into the stream. Really be like, yeah, and those orphans, and you're like, wait, no, I was talking about type. All right, let's get back to it. So 4. But yeah, Mama Soto, if you've done, um, built fonts and programs, like it's not that much different. You just follow the same rules. Just you use circle templates and ruling, and then you're good. Question on vectorization save. So yeah, I mean, like all of my final pages are scans, like, and then they're usually saved as PSDs until I then export them. Like I have to use InDesign to kind of place all those PSDs into my book format and stuff. So yeah, these are definitely not vector pages. I could vectorize them, but I don't want to lose. Um, I don't want to lose like some fine detail that you usually lose if you vectorize like hand inked pages. And so yeah, so for my finals, like those are done on these giant bristle boards that are, let's see, what is the size? Oh, what is the size of these boards? It's like 19 by 24. And then from there I scan it in sections and piece together the scans, clean them up um, and so on. So yeah, the Adobe Illustrator part with Vector is mainly for like layout and roughs, and then what I do is like print those out and then use those as like a template to kind of build the hand done stuff over. Yeah. And then traditional save, it's weird because you could technically do comics in Vector. Like there's no reason you couldn't use. I've known people who've done comics in like Illustrator, and then just have like AI files. But whenever you export and go to print, regardless, it's going to be like a PDF probably. Um, with Frank was asking about any tips on beard trimming. I don't know, man. That one's a mystery to me. I'm trying to kind of grow it out and make it a long, ridiculous beard, and I'm hoping to succeed at the beard. But what I'll do is occasionally, like, I will trim it a little bit with like scissors if it like this part of my beard starts growing over my mouth. Because if I didn't trim right here, like you'd just be seeing a dude talking like this with like I'd have hair over my mouth while talking, which is not the most appealing thing. Although I'm sure it'd be pretty rad once it gets past that over the mouth stage where I could like, kind of create a little um, window shades of a beard. But standard, really good question though with the whole vector versus raster. If you do raster and it's black and white though for a book, I would recommend saving your files at 600 ppi. I know the standard for like color for color process is usually like 300 ppi, but 600 ppi allows for a little more detail and wiggle room when it comes to offset printing, and so that's always something good to keep in mind too. Little nerdy stuff there. Also, if you're printing in black and white and there's not like a ton of gradients or grayscale going on, to make sure that you have basically created aliased art as opposed to anti-aliasing, that's really good because that prints these really beautiful solid blacks. And a lot of people, when they're printing comics, like they can't get really solid blacks, and it's because they don't have aliased lines. Like the lines got anti-aliased. So that was a way too long long-winded answer. And I just said Sunday school full. Really do need to pay attention to that R. Okay, so this is going to be the R up here. That's another tip with typography, is to pay attention to what you're actually making. Okay, so here we go. Because I literally made it say Sunday school full. Because I got distracted by the lovely conversation about type. Because I am a nerd for type. It's funny too, because I wasn't always a type nerd. That just sort of happens, and I think it's a natural byproduct of like graphic design. Like you do design long enough, and suddenly there comes a day when you're like, typography is beautiful. It just kind of clicks. So there we go. Do not worry. Oh, I love it. A skule fule. I like that. You know, I should actually, it should be skule fule. No, don't worry about messing me up. Like I'm doing a live stream to hang with people. So more than messing me up, you guys are actually helping me stay up and stay focused, because otherwise I would probably maybe not make it through this page. So that's half the fun. Like to me, half the fun of this streaming business is you guys are keeping me company and keeping me awake while I rock this business. Okay. My kids would get after me in the grocery aisles for getting all excited over type and labels. Yeah, I've totally experienced that. I've also experienced times where I'm driving through a city and some type on a sign is so bad that it makes me like furious. And I'm just like, how could they like a good example. So in the area we live, it's called the Antelope Valley, and that I live. And there is a mall out here, and the front sign of the mall has like the worst kerning on it I've ever seen. And so it reads as Antelope Alley. And that's how bad the kerning is. Like if you read it just like straight, that's what you would think it said. And that thing just like, it gives me pain when I every time we've had to go to the mall, which luckily that's one thing I definitely don't miss. Post COVID, I'm thinking any trip to the mall might have to be something we just don't do, especially when they have terrible type like that. And they should have respect for type. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but it is funny because it's like that's one of those ones where I just have major trouble with that. So I need to find the rulers. Oh. I just want to see. Yep. Okay, that works. Just wanted to see that ruler. All right. We're making this lovely little type. What was the error on the print you did for Scott? I was looking at the mock-ups he had on his site and couldn't see the mistake. Okay. So I spelt hordes like hordes, like you would hoard food or hoard comics, like, you know, like a hoarder, HOARD. But hordes, when you're talking about groups, should be HORDES. So that was the misspelling. In my rush to get the art to Scott, I literally, I just I used the wrong horde. So, but that hopefully will make it have value. I actually think the prints came out really cool too. I love it. Antelope sounds like a Hispanic deer. That's so true. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I thought it was hordes too. And then I got corrected by a friend. And the sad part is it passed spell check, right? Because spell check is like, yeah, it's hordes, right? Hoard. Um, Hoardes. They're just like, yep, that's right. And then nope, turns out it was wrong. It's Hordes. So it's like, yeah. Auntie Lope. Yeah, it's so funny. I've gone on so many riffs about that just because, I mean, seriously, come on. Okay. So now we're going to have this say, and then I'll adjust accordingly. So I think, did I have an A? Like, here's the lovely thing about kind of doing these hand done type things is I have an A. I don't need to remake the A. Woohoo! I do think I need to remake the T, but that's okay. Because, you know, why the heck not? Why the heck not? Okay. That is funny though. And anti-loopy. Lupe. That okay. Brilliant. Okay, so let's see here. So the T is gonna have. Do I have anything with a top bar? No. This is gonna be an interesting one. I'm gonna guess here that the T is gonna be a little bit of a reflection. So once again, I'm probably spending way too long on this custom type part for just a thumbnail rough, but I do think it'll save me time. That's going to be the story of my streams. This is taking too long, but it will save me time. Okay. I do tend to think that holds true though. Like the more you do in like previs, like the less you have to do in post. And there's actually a joke regarding that in Hollywood that's like, you know, just, oh, we'll just fix it in post. That's sort of become a joke in Hollywood because, of course, that's a nightmare to kind of work with if you're the people working in post. So don't be a bad pre-production guy for your own art. Spend the amount of time it takes to get it right for your stuff, right? Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Ooh, I like that. That's a good idea of using the A sideways. Yeah, it is a nice Bible. Yeah, it's like a medieval Bible, Bible. And I just thought that would kind of work well. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna do this here. We're getting closer, guys, to finishing this panel. It has taken about almost an hour to 2 hours to do this, but I think it will save me time. Ignore my suggestions. What do I know? I don't know. It sounds like you actually know a lot about type. So your suggestion was probably dead on. I need to do an E. I'm just going to pull this. Use that as part of the E. And then I'm probably going to have to pinch this again to like where it's not as, oh, there is an E. Yet? Nope. Okay. So let's do that E. There's an E right there that I can kind of look at and reference. Could have sworn I did one of these. I think I did one over here that was sort of similar. to an E. Okay. So we're going to get this E going here, this going here. That should be thicker. Okay. This is going to be like one of these guys. A lot less clean than the other letters, but that's okay. Again, this is a rough thumbnail that I shouldn't be spending as much time on. So, okay. So there's our E, our very unclean, not so pretty E. Uh-huh. All right. So a th, and then I. Okay. And we're almost at the point where I'm not going to need new letters in a second. Tanamachi's illuminated. Yeah, it does sound like Tamagotchi, right? That actually sounds a heck of a lot like a Tamagotchi, like those little digital pets. I don't know. Is that one of the ones that's at the Museum of the Bible? They have like a really good extensive collection of crazy, awesome illuminated manuscripts, and then there's a great collection of those at the Getty. Actually, they had like a massive amount of these like really gorgeous illuminated manuscripts. They also had like some really weird ones that were like monsters. There was this whole trend, I guess, like in the medieval era of like illustrating all the monsters, and sort of like they'd sort of do it in like the style of biblical illuminated manuscripts, but like of like these sort of crazy beasts. Like and they usually would be like based on like the vices or something like that. I should actually, I have one, like a magnet of one of the weirder beasts from that exhibit. It was just kind of amazing. Like, like there was one that they had at the Getty that was like they had like the face of somebody like on their body without a head. It was really creepy, but kind of amazing. I feel like I already did a T too. Oh, I did do a T. It's right here. It's like I knew I did something like that. I'm gonna grab that magnet in a second once I'm done with this, but I want to show you guys that creepy monster illuminated thing. It's cool on like a level of just it's just it's fascinating. But anyhow, yeah, the Getty out here has like this great backlog and collection of illuminated manuscripts, which is pretty cool because like when I was in graduate school, you used to be able to go in and look at like you would just call ahead of time and let them know you were a grad student, and they would let you go into the back room of the Getty and like look at their prints and original drawings, and you'd have to put on these gloves and stuff, but you could actually like look through the books and like hold like drawings by the masters and stuff. It was really cool. Anyhow, so yeah, oddly enough, that's kind of the specialty of the Getty in Hollywood. Okay, let's see here. Their collections like outside of that are good, but they're not like nearly as impressive as like LACMA. Like, but when it comes to like illuminated manuscripts and drawings, they are the bomb. Okay, let me see what else is going on here. Oh, is this a new one? Oh, see, I gotta check that out. Hanamachi. Okay, I'm looking this up. Oh, cool. You know what's funny? I have seen this. I just didn't know it was her. That is just lovely. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. I'm gonna have to check that out. That's pretty impressive. Very cool. Thanks for the heads up on that. Yeah, I mean, if you guys have time, it's a really pretty view, especially if you're visiting LA. It can be pretty awesome. Okay, so now we're gonna do filter. Let's see here. Oh, let's see here. Let's see. Hmm. Don't want to do that. That is not what I was intending to do. Okay. Get this down here a little bit. Let's go to let's see. Nope. Let's try doing. Okay. Well, this is what I actually wanted to do. And that should work fairly well. And, or maybe not. Nope. I'm going to ditch that and have it warp out, actually. Try that. Don't like the idea of warping type too much. But that'll at least kind of give us a bearing for what I'm going to do for the final. Oh. And it sounds like you guys are talking about mac and cheese, which is awesome. Right? Yeah, Mac's been driving me nuts. Like yeah, there's a lot of little aesthetic changes I don't like about the new Mac either. But it kind of works. It's just like it's just sort of annoying. I also am not like a big fan of a lot of the bugginess of the Creative Suite lately has been really irritating. Yeah. Boom. Okay. Panel 2 done, and we're at that. That chime is really annoying too, Mama Soto. You're totally dead on about that. Preach. Okay, so I am going to say that that's pretty good as like a template thing. And now we're going to move on to the next. But we're at the 2-hour mark, so I'm going to take a 20-second break, and I will be right back. Thanks, you guys, for joining me and hanging. You're free to hang longer because I will be right back. And yeah, I'll see you then. My goodness. Let's see here. Interesting. All right. Let's see. Okay, I'll be right back. And we'll make this happen. Okay. All right. All right, back to it. Here we go, and we have all right. So we're getting this going. So it's going to say that would highlight many troubling verses. So I'm going to zoom in here. How are you guys holding up? And what time is it in Texas, actually? I'm kind of curious. Also, Mama Soto, what creative projects do you have in the wings? I love the idea of working on illuminated manuscripts. And I did play with gold foil like back in art school, and it was fun. It's really hard to lay down, actually, like the traditional way with like the sheets. It's like it was pretty tough. But what I noticed, a lot of the classic illuminated manuscript artists would do is they would like draw. They do like large areas in the gold foil. Oh my goodness, it's 1 a.m. You guys are awesome. That's cool. I usually rock this till fairly late in the night, so that kind of works. Brochure for a nonprofit. All right. Brochure design can be super fun. And then nonprofits are super fun to do designs for. I've actually found they tend to be okay clients. And very appreciative of work too, which is cool. Okay, so this is going to say that would highlight. Well, I hope it's a fun hummingbird, night owl, and morning person. Wow, that's amazing. So are you like a middle of the day sleeper? I find that, yeah, like I do my best work late at night. So that's why it was so weird this morning to be doing a stream. I usually, even on the weekends, do not work in the mornings on art because my brain is not there. Troubling. Verses of the Bible. So what's funny is I literally did have this idea of writing a book or a comic, a web comic that was just going to like every week highlight one of the kind of weirder, more problematic verses in the Bible. And what's funny is after being saved, this guy, Luke T. Harrington, wrote that book. But as a Christian, like kind of facing those verses head on, sort of explaining the context and with a lot of humor in it too. In that book, like Murder Bears Mayhem and my goodness, Murder Bears Moonshine and Mayhem. It's a really fun book, and there's an audiobook version of it too. But I was just like I just thought that was kind of a weird set of providence that after becoming a Christian, I ended up meeting a guy who did the same thing as a Christian, and like it was like almost like a brilliant like move for a Christian to do because he's just facing the more problematic verses head on and not kind of bowing away from them. And I think it's really important too because there's a lot of people who call themselves Christians who haven't read the Bible, and that always like mystifies me. So I do think it's really important to like be aware of those, and especially if you want to get in conversations with atheists, to kind of like change their mind or even just hear them out. Like it's good to be aware of like the stuff they're going to bring up, because a lot of the times, in my experience, like a lot of atheists have read the Bible like better than a lot of Christians have that I meet. And so, yeah, for some reason I'm wired this way with no naps. Ooh, I don't know. Frank was saying, wait, we have to read the Bible. It's not a bad call. But yeah, it's like it's definitely one of those things where I had these intentions, like I thought it was going to be this like very subversive, crazy thing. This is like a decade or two ago. How long ago was this? I can't even remember, but it was a long ago. Yeah. Yep. Mama Soto, good point. Yeah, women can talk. Don't let any don't let anyone tell you that that's not the case, because that's not what those verses are saying. They can. Okay. All right. So let's see. Verses of the Bible. Okay. That people I love that. Yeah, so anyhow, I think it's funny to write about this time though, because like once again I just thought I was so brilliant, but in retrospect I was just blind. Okay. But it is interesting when it's kind of equivalent to like someone who's blind trying to describe a room. And then once the light is on, you're like, oh, like that's not what this room looks like at all. That's one of the best explanations I can think. So okay, so believed And then this is going to say in God either. Aware of. Or just ignored. So I'm trying to think of a visual for this part. Oh, new idea. There is a section here that's going to say the problematic stuff. Okay, so here we go. Now I need to think, what am I going to do visually to kind of represent this? Because it needs to go right dead in there. Let's see. Nice. Yeah, I think like were this not these are thumbnails, so I'm handwriting it out, but luckily I will be using a more kind of grounded font once I kind of get this worked out. But that's a good point. Font self maker. I know Scott also delves into doing custom fonts, and that's something I'd love to do. I have not used that font program though, and I am kind of curious about that. Is it a program that costs money? I'm kind of curious. That is kind of cool. Sounds pretty awesome. Okay, the problematic stuff, and then what are we going to do here? Thinking. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna like pace and think for a second. Try. Never mind. I thought I was gonna pace and think about something, but I think I might have it. I might have it. It might escape me. That's actually pretty good. So I might do like a little stick figure dude. Because a lot of this section this chapter is going to be composed of like weird infographic-y things. Very similar to, like, you know, if you guys are familiar with the first book, the infographics that are at kind of the very intro. There's a bit of this infographic business that's going to be going on here as well. With fingers in the ears. Okay. And we're just kind of working through this. So there we go. And just going to have like a little figure here. And a figure here. And we're just working out. These are a lot quicker on vector as well. So it's funny, but it's like, I do think having a tight rough will help execute those on vector, because Mama Soto will know that from graphic design. It's like, if you need to rock like a little icon, like doing vector is not super hard for that. So it's going to be somebody sort of ignoring. But then I think having like, let's see. Let's try that. I do, sort of. Like, that's the thing. It's like I kind of work it out roughly in Illustrator, and then from there, I then lightbox it and handwrite it all. So it's kind of this weird amalgam of, it is hand lettered, but it's like a lot of the basic structure I work out in Illustrator, which simplifies the process later on. And I think this might actually make more sense if it's like this. Yep. Just going to do a quick little doodle here, infographic-y style again. I know it's kind of cliche and on the nose, but I think this actually works for the section. Try to balance it with iconography that's not cliche, but there are some times where the cliche works wonders and works fine. So I'll have like one of those little bookends, and then we'll have hold on. Corey, hop on, dude. I miss you, buddy. If you're available to hang out, I'd love to talk to you about the crazy trolls. No, I do have Mama Soto. Son used it for his high school year, senior year, to type up his notes. Had to be in writing. That is brilliant. I love that. That is pretty clever. I'm going to look into that. I know Scott uses a font program as well, and I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, that troll, Corey, you missed so much goodness from that troll. All right. Oh, that's what I kind of assumed, because so Corey said he has some Lady Killer reading to catch up, to get finished up. So Corey, tomorrow on the Indie Review Show, he is going to be reviewing Lady Killer, the book, the graphic novel. That's his choice for like what he's going to review. And no, Frank, he will not be killing ladies, at least as far as I know. Who knows? I also like that Frank threw in again. I feel like, Frank, you should write humor comics too. You're a very funny dude. Like you have a really keen sense of humor. I would love to read just some like riffing, like cracked Mad Magazine type bits as comics from you. I think that would be cool. Anyhow. But yeah, and he's like just reading about it. There's plenty of dudes getting knocked off as well in that book. So anyhow, I'm excited about that though. He's going to be reviewing and that book and kind of going over it on Monday at 9:00 p.m. Pacific time. And so I kind of figured, like, I had a feeling Corey was probably not going to be on the stream tonight because he was catching up on reading for that book, or reading the book itself and taking notes, which I know next Sunday I'll probably be busy doing that Sunday night as well, because Sundays are like my day to kind of do review time. And we're trying to do fairly extensive reviews, so we definitely want that. Mama Soto said, Lady Killer and some dudes, an equal opportunity killer. It looks like a pretty cool comic. I have not read it, and I have seen some snippets of the art, and it looks pretty amazing. Like artistically, it looks very cool, the way that it's executed. And I have finished the top row. Yes. Top row has been finished. So now we'll get into this. I thought it would be okay. And here's going to be more of that vibe. All right. And I use these again, like these previous panels, as like a template, so I don't have to like rework the wheel and reinvent things. It's way more brutal than I remembered. Like there are some panels that I had to look away from, but it's incredibly well done on the art front. Yeah, like so one of the funny things is I think the older I get, like the more I am, like I think as a kid, I was really disturbed by like any sort of like sexuality in a story, and that would kind of weird me out and make me feel uncomfortable. And as an adult, it's like but I could read like heavy amounts of violence and just be like, oh dude, this is crazy, shocking. And as I've gotten older, like the more I've like been really affected by violence in stories, and less so by like a sex scene or something like that. And I wonder if that has something to do with just like aging, like because it's like violence just has so many implications that are like atrocious, you know. Not that I'm against violence, but I'm just saying it's like it impacts me more than it used to. I used to have like this high tolerance for it. Like I feel like a junior high kid has like a crazy high tolerance for like blood and guts and horror movies and stuff. As an adult, it's like I personally like they don't bug me that much, but I don't know, it is unsettling, like on a level it wasn't when I was a younger man. So maybe that's just me becoming like a soft old liberal as I get older. And be like this old hippie guy is just like peace and love, man. Anyhow. All right. So let me get the type blocked in. I do need to disappear for a second, and I have to throw away something in the trash. So I will be right back. Like 2 seconds. So I might have I might have also already had this conversation with Corey, but it's funny. Like Corey was like, "Oh man, I missed the stream on the one that got trolled," and hilariously enough, when that was happening, I was like, "Oh man, if Corey were here," like I feel like I did an okay job of like deconstructing the guy's like kind of blatant sexism and anti-immigrant kind of mentality. But I feel like if Corey had been on the stream, it would have been like two professors just like dismantling a person's viewpoint. Like it would have been fun. Like pinch hitting on that one where I could have just been like, okay, Corey, like you go in, I'm gonna go bench for a little bit, catch my breath. Anyhow, yeah. So okay, so let's see here. Thought it would be a service. Yeah, Mama Soto said taste change with age. I feel it happens. Yeah, and I do definitely think, like I tend to think, and I don't know if this is true for everybody, but I know when I was a young man, like just my perception and tolerance for violence in general was probably a lot higher. You know, like as a young kid, I'd get in like little scraps with people, and like I'm not a big dude, but I'd just get in these little scraps. I mean, that's like what you would do as like a young man. And now it's like I wouldn't even think to do that. You know, it's just like the last thing on my mind is like physical violence. But it's like I do think there's an age where, yeah, there you go, tag team. But there's an age where I think that sort of thing is like super appealing, which is why I think like teachers misstep. Like I remember in junior high, I had a teacher who found a copy of Spawn that I had in my backpack because I was like obsessed with the comic book Spawn, which was like super violent. I haven't reread it as a kid, but like I remember like one issue that I loved was like this ice cream man who like runs around like molesting people. He's like horrible, evil ice cream man. It's like a horror comic. And then Spawn catches him in the end and like shoves ice cream scoops into him, like after tying him upside down or something. It's like brutal. But and it's brutally gory and just like in retrospect, like I don't know, like if I read it now, I don't know how I'd respond to it. But at the time as a kid, I just thought it was really cool and like dark and like this is a dark superhero and it's so cool. And then I had a teacher find that issue in my backpack and like report it to my parents and like like they were really concerned for like, and that was like that just felt like a little overdoing it because I don't know if like teachers or educators are aware of like the mindset of like of like 12-year-old 13-year-old boy. Like they're 13-year-old or 12-year-old boy like wants to watch like gory movies and like read violent comics. Like it's almost like it's almost like the violence is like it's like part of growing up. It's a weird thing, but it's like most men I've met have gone through that around that age range where it's like early teens. And I think that's why like gangs like to recruit kids in their early teens because they just have this like desire. Like it's a weird thing. But anyhow, it's like I think it's a misstep for like educators to sort of like overly try to censor that period of a kid's life because it's like there's a natural interest in it, you know? Yeah, that's a good point. Corey put that well. He said, our distaste of violence grows as our feeling of invincibility fades. Yeah, and also as our experience in life, right? Where we see violence and you see what sort of things it brings into the world, and you realize like it's less of a like. It also probably comes from like a lack of like seeing everything in like black and white, where everything's really clear, and so like there's good, there's bad, there's fighting, and fighting like I don't know somehow makes things better, and I think you get to an age where you realize like it quite often doesn't, and quite often exacerbates problems and makes them worse. Um, so yeah, anyhow, let's see here. Frank was saying he made multiple accounts that sounded like he just wanted to complain regarding the previous guy. Yeah, I mean, I think he was just looking for an outlet, somebody who would like hear him out and listen to his, story. Which actually, honestly, probably would have went okay if he just hadn't brought like the whole judgments on the entire world based on his own personal experiences. The troll guy. But yeah, and it's funny too. At one point in our conversation, Corey, he came on as a different account, like backing up his main account, saying like, "Hey, I don't think that guy was out of line." And like, I just kind of called him on it. I was like, "Dude, you're using the same account, right? Like, that's just the same account. You're just trying to pretend you're somebody else, validating what you had said before." But I can tell it's the same account. And then like right after that, under that new account name, he was like, said something about, well, when you guys talked to me on the last, and it's like, oh, okay, so it was the same account. It was a pretty enjoyable. I mean, it wasn't enjoyable. Like I felt bad for the guy, but I have to admit, like it was also entertaining. Maybe that's terrible of me, but it was definitely fascinating to hear somebody try to kind of sell sexism as like a smart, logical thing. Yep, that's a very fair point. He wanted someone to tell him he was a good dad, even though the courts decided otherwise, and conflated the whole world being against him and all women are bad. Yep, sounds about right. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Yep, I just yeah, I think it's sad too, because it's like, that lack of ownership is not going to take somebody far in life. It's like we've all made mistakes in life, maybe not that severe of ones, but the more you kind of double down on a mistake and you're just like refusing to accept it, that just sucks. Yes. Yes. Classic, Frank. Classic. Oh my gosh, that was too good. Oh man. Frank did the multiple account thing. Frank, was he you? That's going to be like the level upon level upon level, like all the onions pull back and it's Frank just like Mwah! Yeah, it's kind of tragic though, like in a sense, it's you got to wonder like what kind of low point you're at when you're there. We're in a world full of pain and suffering, but I have to admit it was pretty interesting. And then there's Corey with his joint account. That Corey Kerr is full of crap. I knew it, Frank. I knew it all along. Yeah, I don't know. Frank seems too good of a dude. Okay, the problematic stuff. Okay, and then we're gonna do. Thought it would be a service to the world. But it was funny when I called him on the joint account, because he was jumping on with like 10 different accounts, and then finally there's this one account that's just like, I think what he said wasn't bad, and it was like, That was the big tell where it's like, oh, come on, dude. Like, anyhow. You can hop on, but I don't want to slow you down from your IRS stuff, dude. But it is really funny, and it's a funny story, and it would be fun to chat about in person. Let me see here. I thought it be a, and then this will say service to the world. Oh, did I bait Corey into joining?
Yes, jerk.
So I don't know who this guy is.
I'm coming on anonymously because it's not really me.
I like it. So let's talk about Corey.
Yeah.
You're like, Corey's a great teacher. I just wanted to say he's an excellent teacher. It's like, who is Corey? That sounds a lot like you. Yeah, but I've had his classes, and I just have to say.
Just really felt like I needed to bring this up.
How you doing, man?
Fine. How are you?
Hanging in there.
I am.
Yeah, it was an interesting morning, that thing. But it was. I feel like it's a good sign if you're getting, trolls.
We should just put you full screen because I don't have any lights on, and I've got to use my. I'm using most of the equipment that I'm doing for something else. So. Got it. I'll just be that. Who's the dude on the? Oh man, I'm gonna forget his name. Charlie. Oh, Charlie. Charlie's Angels. I'll just be like the voice on the radio in the back of the room that everybody.
I like it. That's cool. So technically, like, I won't be able to tell. Like, the big plot twist will be like I've been talking to myself on the stream the whole time. like Corey isn't real.
It's my off in the corner with a voice modulator.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh man. No, I'm working on these. I'm doing these. Somebody hired me to do this music video, and I'm trying to get the likeness of the band members. And 3 of them I got like really well, and then one of them I have redrawn so many times.
And I just nailed them, dude. You can't top this. You see that?
Yep.
Looks and then there's like this one, and they've got like this one.
Yep.
Right.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing
that without even any pictures. You're spot on.
I wanted to give you that help because I'm just prolific like that.
Frank is wondering if we are the Angels, and yes, all of the viewers of this stream are Corey's Angels. I just want everybody to know that.
I like it.
Corey's
MTV. Corey's MTV. I like that. Corey does have that cool like music television style border often when he appears on the stream.
This is true. I could put up just a random photo of myself.
That's cool. I'll go back to full screen. Look at that. And the cool thing is I can keep my ridiculous banner up.
Yes.
This is the goal.
That lower third banner is the Texas equivalent of like a large somebody saying in Texas, that belt buckle's a little big, dude.
So this is the Texas equivalent of a logo. And what are you talking about? It's totally small in Texas. By the way, we're joined by 2 Texans in the chats, Mama Soto and Frank. And then Ronnie Gunter has joined the club as well. How's it going, Ronnie? I love it.
I will make announcements on what I'm working on when I can contractually do that. It probably isn't a problem, but I don't have everything in writing. We're doing kind of a phased rollout. It's like a trial period.
Got it. So right. Frank was asking if it's menudo, and then the word menudo made me feel relatively sick because I made the mistake of eating traditional menudo a long time ago, which is usually served with tripe and I was not told what tripe was, but I felt this weird, spongy, porous stuff in my
Like,
mouth.
why does it feel like I'm eating rubber that's been soaked in
Yeah.
alcohol for a month?
I was like, I don't know what these like bumpy thing is. Like, what is this? And I was like, it just feels kind of, I feel a little sick. And they're like, oh yeah, that's cow intestine. I'm like, oh crap. I remember that. Like, anyhow, which is funny because like most people I know who are Hispanic can like rock that stuff, like no problem. And I'm totally like, I don't know, a nerd, I guess, because I can't handle it. But I just I couldn't do legit menudo for my life. The menudo wasn't bad, just the tripe, you know. You there?
Menudo is the kids' version of Backstreet Boys in Mexico.
Oh yeah. Well, there's the band Menudo too, which is like, wasn't that what's his name, Ricky Martin or whatever? Wasn't he in there?
I have no idea. I thought that was some sort of really clever allegory or something, but I had no idea that there's an actual band.
There is. I think it was Ricky, not Ricky Gervais, Ricky Martin. I was gonna say Ricky. Yeah, I think he was in Menudo. I think. Am I wrong? You guys have to correct me here. But I think he was like, yeah, and they're right. It's like a boy band in Mexico that was kind of amazing. But menudo is also a dish that is served with tripe, and like I said, I wouldn't recommend it personally. But then again, if you're like a person who like rocks head cheese and like has no problem with like more exploratory, food, I guess it's not a bad call.
I've eaten a lot of traditional Scottish food.
Boom, look at that. Full circle. Ricky Martin was one of the Menudo members. You have eaten traditional Scottish food, so you would probably do fine.
Well, I didn't say I liked it, but there is a music video that Ricky Martin did at one point in time in the late 90s, early 2000s, where he just like took off his skin as he was singing. And I think he ended up like being some sort of like attractive skeleton of some sort. So I feel like that ties into menudo and tripe fairly well.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a full circle for you.
That is true. I'd say like the quality of, well, I don't want to trash it. That's just not my cup of tea for music. I was going to say the quality of the music is a little bit akin to tripe. But
I'm shocked that you don't like manufactured bands.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Did you end up catching the stream, Corey, where I've been trolled twice now, like by two people on different streams?
I watched a few minutes of the second time.
Okay, so there was one where I was talking about Bob Dylan being punk rock, and this dude just appeared out of nowhere. I think it was on Twitch, and he was just like, "What are you talking about? This bullshit!" And I just went through this whole crazy thing about how there is nothing punk rock about Bob Dylan. And then he started talking about how the Sex Pistols were like the epitome of punk rock. And it was just funny to me because I could tell it was like a younger guy because I was like, they were like a boy band, right? And he's like, what? It was kind of funny. Where I was like, he hadn't heard the whole thing. Not that like, and keep in mind, I'm a fan of the Sex Pistols. Like, I think what they do is great. And
but also
they were dangerous and they were used, but
they were kind of invented to be a commercialized version of the Ramones.
Yeah, totally.
So,
and I also mentioned to him that that like the two times that like the Clash got in fist fights with them and beat the crap out of them.
The Monkees are more punk rock than the Sex Pistols. I hear the Monkees are a really big influence on the Beatles.
Dude, okay, so the Monkees are, here's a little known fact about the Monkees. Neil Diamond wrote like a crap load of the Monkees songs. So yeah, just letting you know. That was it.
You remember that show Reptilicus that I was talking about a little while ago?
Oh, dude, you showed me bits of it. It looks pretty amazing. We need to do that on Indie Review Show.
It's brutal to get through. There's a reason I used it to get people out of my house.
Maybe as an extra, we could be like, Corey forces Josh to sit through Reptilicus.
Yeah, but in theory, anytime. Let's see. I just want to make sure that this is true. Yeah. So there's a short clip edited into Daydream Believer, The Monkey's Mind Manor, and Reptilicus. So Reptilicus ended up. Let's see. Yeah, clips from the movie often appeared on various episodes of the 1960s TV show The Monkees. Basically, anytime there was a TV set on in the shot, it was playing Reptilicus. And I think it was also in Green Acres. Yeah, so in Green Acres, episode 3, Instant Family, the movie was playing at a drive-in theater.
So this was just an ongoing bit.
I mean, in those two shows, it was also in South Park, but that's not, and then
I love this though. I did not know this, and I should know this. That sounds like some pretty legit geek knowledge there.
Yeah, in the TV show Disenchantment, have you seen that?
I have.
So Una, the king's wife. He lovingly refers to her as Reptilicus occasionally.
Oh, that's true.
And then it was on an episode of Beverly Hillbillies. Jethro double dates in a sports car to a drive-in movie theater featuring Reptilicus.
It must have just been that the like possibilities of things that were like royalty free and like people wouldn't mind or like even attempt to like sue for royalties. Like they were like, this movie no one's claiming. Like
it's also a show where it is like the epitome of low budget horror monster movie film.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I kind of want to troll Gaz by saying that it's like one of the greatest kaiju films ever made.
Oh man, you should. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I think Gaz stopped by the stream when that guy was at his peak, and then he's like, "Yeah, I gotta go," like pretty quick. But I'm guessing it was because of his kid. But still, it was still funny to think like it was just one of those like, "Oh, cool, I'll watch some art stream." Oh boy.
Okay. Frank says Green Acres is the place to be, or so I hear. And I want to point out that the opening shot of Green Acres, where they do that flyover of all of this farmland.
Okay.
Do you know that show?
Sadly, like I should, but and I remember it was rerunning a lot as a kid, but that was not one of the ones I watched.
It had like Zsa Zsa Gabor in the wilderness, basically, in Hicktown, USA. Anyway, that opening shot and that cabin that they lived in, that was in Paso Robles, California, where I'm from.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Paso Robles does sound very like cowboyish. Like,
oh yeah.
Just does sound like you'd be like, I'm gonna drive down Paso Robles. I think it's because it sounds like El Paso,
Yeah.
El Paso Robles. In Frank and Mama Soto's area.
Man, everybody's quoting this so much I might sing the song. This is like so funny.
Yeah, it's a trip.
Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue. Oh, so it's Zsa Zsa Gabor's sister, apparently.
So do they have reruns at all, like of that?
Do reruns exist anymore? I mean, like, does cable or dish exist? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. Like rerun is such a weird term for that. I wonder if, let's see, Green Acres.
Well, I guess my point is I think like a lot of that stuff is on YouTube, right? Like one of the things I want to start watching is Bonanza.
It is currently on HBO Max. If you want to watch Green Acres, you can watch HBO Max.
Another reason.
Apparently it's also on IMDb.
I feel like HBO Max wants to suck me in, but I can't because of, I know it's nerdy, but it's like the Watchmen thing. I just refuse. Like I absolutely refuse to indulge it. I'm not going to see it. Like I have no interest in watching them bastardize something that was supposed to be finished, and the creator of it literally has been like, I don't want any more of this. Like, this should be the ending.
Yeah.
That to me just annoys the crap out of me. I get it, like, I understand, like, it could be comparable to Lucas, where Lucas is like, Disney's not following my vision. And I'm like, yes, don't follow his vision, because his vision got really blurry. But in the case of, like, and something about Watchmen, just because I guess it's so personal, the comics, I just can't.
But are you like boycotting DC because they did like?
Well, I never cared about DC. Like, it's weird.
What was the monstrosity that they tried to do where they wrote a bunch of Watchmen prequels or something? Where it was like the backstories to each of the main characters.
Oh man.
Oh, they were. It was like watching a semi truck full of puppies get smashed by a train.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't. Oh, okay. It was called Happy Days. I'm just kidding. I don't think that's what Ronnie Gunter was talking about, but that would be funny if that was him going, oh, yeah, the prequel to Watchmen, Happy Days. That would be hilarious if that was the prequel. So it turns out, yeah, it's really the whole time. I don't know. Maybe the Fonz, like, eventually floats into space and starts creating his own planet.
Right.
Starts feeling separated from the world. He's just too cool.
I mean,
too cool for school.
I could totally see the Fonz as somebody who can manipulate time and space and matter itself and see neutrinos.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, he was on the path there in Happy Days. You know what I mean?
He would walk into a room and, like, just hit something and it would start working.
Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like the jukebox, like, every time. Like, it's almost like he could control the neutrinos,
Okay, so Beverly Hillbillies and Gilligan's Island. I'm realizing right now that there's a ton of much older TV that I used to watch. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I absolutely hated Happy Days so much.
Happy Days I was mixed on. I was way into Gilligan's Island as a kid. Like, and I think, Corey, you and I might have had similar childhoods where it's like, I grew up pretty poor, so, like, we didn't have a lot, and then I don't think at the time there were channels, a ton of channels. Right, and I remember we didn't even have a TV as a kid, but then when we moved in with my aunt, because we had to,
yeah,
she had, like, one of those old TVs, but, like, an old lady TV, so it was like the television was like a dresser. Like, the TV itself was like, it had, like, the wood paneling on the sides, with right, like the speakers built into it, and you'd, like, pull the and it would turn on the TV.
I want that sound. Like, yeah. I've been looking for a good recording of that, like, pull knob tube turn on sound.
Yeah.
And I can't find it anywhere. Like, I mean, there's a bunch of them, but none of them are, like, good. Like, it needs a little bit of that static crackle, it needs anyway, and you need to hear the tube warming up, that thum. So yeah, Mr. Ed, I used to watch Mr. Ed. Mr. Ed was good. And I Dream of Jeannie.
I'm eating peanut butter.
Right. I love that there is an entire show on television that is based around this guy saying, hey, did you know that, like, if you just rub peanut butter on a horse's gums, that we could, like, probably make it look like it's talking?
I also there was another one that was similar where it was like Flipper, where it's like, I don't know if you guys watch reruns of that, where it's just like
Flipper, fast and lightning,
and then Flipper just kind of shows up, and they're on that, like, weird little boat, and he'll basically be like, someone's drowning, and is like, Nyeh.
Oh, Flipper was straight up Lassie in the water. There was nothing different about Flipper or Lassie, except I think they probably could have solved 80% of the problems if the kids had jet skis.
Yeah, or just looked out into the water, because often when Flipper was like, someone's drowning, then they'd look and be like, oh yeah, there is someone drowning out there.
Hey, Hey, why don't we actually employ a lifeguard instead of relying on local flora and fauna to alert us of danger?
Do you remember? Okay, there was this weird. This is a deep cut of like a. Do you remember a show that used to rerun that was called Swamp Fox? Do you remember that?
No, hold on. I have to look this up.
That was like a twist of Davy Crockett, except he was Swamp Fox. But it was very similar to Davy Crockett.
What? What is this?
Yeah, and then he had a tail on his hat, and the song was like, "No one knows where the Swamp Fox is at." I don't even remember the plot. I just remember there was a lot of running around with guns. You can Google it.
Oh, I'm Googling it right now. The dude has a full-on like Masonic crescent moon on a hat with a giant feather.
It was the best.
What is this? I've never the Robin Hood of the American Revolution. It's a Walt Disney.
So I think he was like, that was the premise. It was like he was Robin Hood during the American Revolution. Maybe that's why I'm a weird, creepy lefty now. I watched Swamp Fox.
It could be.
And so I was like, screw this revolution. I'm going to steal from the rich and give to the poor.
This is hilarious. Yeah, he had like some kind of I never got into this style of show. Like I don't know who brought it up. Bewitched. Who brought up Bewitched? Oh, Ronnie. I love Bewitched, right? But like Swamp Fox, that was more like Little House on the Prairie, that Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman, like any Western type stuff. I never really got into it.
I think I just liked it because they had guns and they ran around shooting. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. I want a gun and I want to run around and shoot stuff. Because that is really cool when you're a kid,
Hey, a little bit later, how about Magnum PI?
Oh, Magnum PI was like my jam. I got my wife into Magnum PI when we had. So Ben, when he was little, and you'll know this point. Actually, you're not too far separated from this point, and you're probably going to be entering it again. But like that point where your kid doesn't sleep, and so you just kind of binge whatever the hell is on, because they don't care. Like they're too young to really absorb anything you're watching anyway.
Right.
And so I remember just one night being like, oh, dude, I loved Magnum PI as a kid. So I just started rewatching all of Magnum PI. And then my wife came in and was like, what is this? And I'm like, oh, dude, I had like a Ferrari, like Hot Wheel as a kid that I pretend was Magnums. And like, this is Magnum PI, And like within a week, my wife became like a bigger Magnum PI fan than I ever have been. She like loves it. She loves the show. She can't get enough of it. It's hilarious.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't watch a lot of Magnum PI, but a little bit of that.
Yeah, I was into that as a kid. But it's funny as an adult rewatching it and stuff. I had forgotten about the whole subplot that he's like a Vietnam vet. And like it gets really heavily into like Vietnam vet stories and stuff.
See, I think all of that was super over my head as a kid.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense though, like considering the time, because you think about it, like somebody in their 30s, like in the 80s, is like easily, it's fascinating, but it's kind of a weird one to watch for sure.
Hey, do you remember the TV show Sledgehammer?
Sledgehammer, I kind of do. Did this have a bald dude?
Oh no! It's like I can't remember anything about it other than my cousin telling me, "Dude, it's awesome. He shoots people when they jaywalk. Like he's just like it's like a cop show, but like intentionally, really over the top. It was like an '80s. I think it was a spoof, but I was young enough to where I don't know if I really can understand the nuance of a spoof.
Wow. Okay, you got me there. I have never heard of Sledgehammer.
Okay, Sledgehammer is an American satirical police sitcom. It ran for 2 seasons on ABC in 1986 through 1988.
Oh, I do want to throw this out there because I was being asked, I think Mama Soto asked me about podcasts, right, earlier. Yeah. And this is reminding me of a podcast I'm really into lately. It's kind of a spinoff of Comedy Bang Bang, which is a great like improv comedy podcast.
Yeah.
But this one is called Bananas for Bonanza. And so it's this character that there's a comedian who plays this character called, what is it? Oh, Dalton Wilcox, who's the cowboy laureate of the West. And he's so convincing as this character. But he's basically like this cowboy who writes poetry and then also wanders the world killing different monsters. But the catch is he just kind of like anyone he doesn't like happens to be a monster. And so he'll be like, oh, they're a Frankenstein. Like it's but anyhow, he and like two other comedians, usually it's like him, I'm gonna forget the guys' names, but it's like one of the main guys from Super Ego, which is another great comedy podcast. And then and I'm blanking out on the female comedian's name, but she's like one of the funniest comedians too. Anyhow, they do this thing where they just go episode by episode and break down as they are fictional characters, playing it straight, like as if they're doing a podcast about Bonanza. And it's so funny. It's so funny. So Bananas for Bonanza, very, very hilarious. Worth watching.
Oh man,
Sledgehammer though sounds pretty amazing. What about Simon and Simon? Do you remember that one?
Simon, I don't think so.
I was like two brothers named Simon. That's pretty much the premise.
Well, I'm very visual, so I got to look at it. Apparently,
that was another fast car, crime solving. There was even a crossover episode of Simon and Simon and Magnum PI.
Oh, that's got. I recognize that actor with the mustache.
Yeah. He's been in everything.
No, I don't think I've ever seen this show. But it kind of looks like Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, it was very Hazardish.
One of the more problematic shows of my youth.
Yeah, it doesn't hold up well.
I loved it. And then looking back, I'm like,
Yeah, it bums me out because as a kid, like one of my earliest crushes was Daisy Duke.
Yeah.
Which you can't blame a young lad.
Right.
On that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
But now I don't know if I could even watch an episode.
They tried to play it off. What was that? I think it was like the late 90s. There was like a movie and like the dude's like fixing up their car and puts the Confederate flag on the top, and both of the brothers were like, or cousins were like, oh, that's kind of awkward. Like they were kind of like, I don't really know that I wanted that in the car. I can't remember exactly, but like there was just this, their friend, I think it might've been Cooter, which is also a problematic name nowadays. But,
yeah.
But I mean, I think it was the mechanic guy that was like, the South will rise again. And he was all like nuts. And they were like, all right, dude, whatever. You're really good at fixing cars. So, but anyway, yeah. I don't remember.
That's interesting. I never saw the movie. Did they stick with it on the car?
I mean, the movie tried to play it off as if they didn't really have any control over it. So they sort of did.
Got it.
Yeah. It was the General Lee was in the movie the entire time looking like it did in the show after, I can't remember what happened, some series of events that they like painted it up and whatever.
Oh, dude. Remington Steele. Yes. And Scarecrow and Mrs. King. I remember that. I remember as a kid watching Remington Steele, and my mom would walk by and see like part of that and be like, he should be James Bond, and then walk away. And then he ended up being James Bond like a little later. And then one of the worst James Bonds, ironically, which is funny because like if you want to see him playing a very convincing James Bond type character, check out The Rocketeer. He's great in that. The guy from Remington Steele.
He's in The Rocketeer?
Wait, no. I'm sorry. Is that Remington Steele or Scarecrow and Mrs. King? I think that might actually be Scarecrow and Mrs. King I'm thinking of.
I'm looking all of this up. By the way,
because one of them had No, it was Remington Steel. It was Remington Steel,
Pierce
which is
Brosnan's Remington Steel, but is
yeah, that
Pierce
was Bond before Bond.
but is Pierce Brosnan
Pierce
in
Brosnan, exactly. Yeah.
The Rocketeer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, was he? Oh no, never mind. The other guy who played Bond was in Rocketeer. Oh my goodness. My brain is not functional.
What guy? Wait, what? Who are you talking about? What connection? Oh, Timothy Dalton.
Yeah.
He was the villain in the
Yeah,
Rocketeer.
yeah. I just for some reason was like grouping Dalton and him in my head because I'm a moron sometimes.
That's fine. I'm really bad at names, but I was very confused.
Yes.
Now I get it.
Yes, but that's okay because I was confused too. I was mixing two characters. But yeah, I think yeah, TV at that time, you just kind of, at least for me, I would watch whatever was on. I definitely watched a crap load of reruns of the Batman um, television series.
Yeah, the Adam West one.
Yeah, because it was, even as a kid, it's like you kind of enjoy it because it's Batman, but you also kind of totally know it's funny. Like, I don't think kids took it like super seriously either, you know?
Yeah. Frank is saying the Dukes of Hazzard movie wasn't that great. They made reasons why they get in the car through the window. And I vaguely remember that. I remember almost nothing of that movie other than it was kind of an excuse to jump a bunch of cars on the freeway, which was basically the TV show. Was like, let's contrive some weird thing where Boss Hogg and Roscoe P, whatever his name was, do something that ends up in some sort of car chase.
Yeah, that's true. And then the Benny Hill music basically. All right, we're at 3 hours, so I'm going to take a 20-second break.
I'm going to take a much longer break because I got to get set up, and I'll be back.
I love it. So we'll be right back. So bear with us. And I do love the onomatopoeia in the old Batman for sure.
Okay, right. Real quick, while we're gone, go look up. I got to find this Twitter account. There's a Twitter account. I think it's just called Batman Signs. I'll find it.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, you showed me that before. Yes, you guys should check it out. So I know, right? 3 hours, but we're getting there, and I'm about halfway. So yeah,
Batman. It's called Bat Labels.
Bat Labels.
Bat Labels on Twitter. Just go look that up while we're gone.
I love it. All right, back. Okay, why am I saying it in the announcer's voice? I love it. That's a great account that Corey directed you guys to, though. My wife and I like binged like I think the first like 4 seasons of that or something. Or maybe it was 3. I think the first 3 seasons. I don't know if it went 4. But it was good. It was very good. Yeah, they labeled like everything in that show. My favorite little bit of trivia from that show is Vincent Price played this character called the Eggman, and he was a villain. And I don't know if they've ever brought him back into the Batman universe, and I just think that would be hilarious and awesome if a writer for DC found a way to kind of bring the Eggman in. But it was Vincent Price playing this egg-obsessed character, and everything related to him was like a pun regarding eggs. So like he has like an evil assistant named like Florentine, and everything that Batman says, he'll be like, exactly, Batman. It's great. It's really wonderful. Yeah. So anyhow, so there's that. The Eggman in Batman. That's great.
I want to point out how we started talking about some super serious topic with like racism and misogyny. Mm-hmm. And pretty quickly I was like, hey, remember really weird TV shows in the 80s that were on reruns?
Pivot. I like it though. I like it. It's a healthy pivot. I appreciate it. I think that was a pretty cool era. Another thing my wife and I have been binging from back in the day is Columbo. And that show is awesome. There are a couple episodes, speaking of racism and misogyny, though, that totally don't hold up and are pretty bad. like one in particular is like this random Arabian commissary that like commits a murder, and then Columbo has to like deal with like the inner country kind of politics of the situation. But the characters are all like these really bad names, like Bin Solomon, and like they're all played by like white dudes with like blue eyes. It's the weirdest thing, but it's pretty good. But Columbo is pretty good. Like it actually holds up. And Peter Falk, man, like it's funny because it's like as an adult, like he always seemed really old, but like the first season of that, I think he was younger than I am.
You start to realize, oh, when I was under 10, 40-year-olds were ancient.
Well, the thing that's kind of brilliant about his character, though, is like he was playing older than himself, like from season 1. Yeah. Like he just kind of played that guy. And so it's like interesting because he kind of ages into it as the seasons progress. But it's like really fascinating to see this guy. Yeah, it's a pretty good show, and Peter Falk was awesome. Also, The Princess Bride just kind of seals him as epically amazing.
Wait, who is he in The Princess Bride?
He's the grandpa reading the story.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
And then there's that. There's a bunch of 80s movies based on video games. Remember The Wiz or The Wizard or whatever?
I do. That was like a 2-hour-long advertisement for the Power Glove.
Yes. It was so disappointing. Well, it wasn't disappointing until you got I didn't get a Power Glove, but I had a friend who got one. And then we were all like, oh, it sucks. It doesn't work.
It's a controller that you wear on your hand.
Yeah. And it was funny because he didn't for the first month after he got it, we'd go over to his house because he's the kind of wealthier kid on the block. So he always had like all the cool Nintendo games. So of course we all would go over there to play, right? The Nintendo games. but he would insist on using his power glove, and we would just kick the crap out of him in every game because he'd be like, hang on. Like he couldn't reach the remote, and we all had our like super quick, like button pressing pretty down, so it was pretty funny. I remember the same thing happening with I had a friend who always insisted on playing the Olympics game with that Olympic mat. Do you remember that?
On the pad that you really should just get on all fours and slap with your hands rather than trying to run.
Yeah. So anyhow, he'd insist on playing it with that, and then one of us would just play him with the remote and just kick the crap out of him again.
I think the downfall of Nintendo was when you'd get you get those controllers that had 4 buttons instead of 2 buttons.
Yes.
And the other 2 buttons were literally just like pushing the one button really fast. It's like a turbo speed mode.
Yeah.
And you could do it with the start button too. Did you ever play any of those games in slow motion?
Wait, what?
No, the controller would press the start button on and off, like just like rapid fire, like machine gun fire, and it would just slow the frame rate down of the game so that you could play it at like super slow-mo, and it was like you could beat every game.
That's insane.
Yeah, you'd get to a boss and be like, well, can't beat this guy, because it was the 80s and video games were insanely hard back then.
Yeah. That's true, man. Like Metroid, like hours wasted on that game.
Yeah. Anyway, it was nuts how hard some of those games were. So
I remember having like so I had a friend who subscribed to Nintendo Power, and then like we photocopied the maps of like Metroid, like like at school.
Oh yeah.
And then like we're sitting there with these like photocopied maps and just trying to figure this stupid thing out. And it was like impossible. Even with maps.
Did you ever like have like a wingman? Where I used to play with my cousin, and one of us, like in like the Legend of Zelda or whatever, we'd have like the Nintendo Power, and it like had all the fold out maps and everything, or you'd have like the like guidebook or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like go to the drugstore and buy the guidebook for one of the 6 games that existed at the time. And then like you'd like fold out these giant maps, and you'd be like, all right, you got to go 2 squares over and then 1 square up, and then place a bomb in the crack of the wall. And then like, so like it was like you're in some sort of like race, like a rally race, and there was a navigator. Because like
actually the crack in the wall with the bomb that you're talking about sounds like Zelda.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm like, I remember that being like one of those things where if you didn't have Nintendo Power or like a best friend to be like, dude, just go to this corner and like explode it, and there's a secret cave, and you're like, how would you know that? Like you would have no way to know that.
I remember reading an article. This was probably 10 years ago now. And he was like, the argument in the article was that the internet has ruined video games.
Yeah.
Because, he had played The Legend of Zelda and just really struggled to try to figure out like what was going on. And so he's trying to figure it out, and he's laying awake at night thinking about this game. And then he falls asleep, and in his dreams, he dreams of like the map, like a big overview of the map. And there was this one location on the map that like stood out. Like you ever get that like video Sixth Sense? Like I'm doing this right now. I'm playing Breath of the Wild, which is the newer Zelda game. And I'm looking at
having dreams about it, Corey.
No, I'm looking at the map though, and you're like, just on the map, you're like, there's got to be something there. There's no indication that there should be something there, but literally I'm just like going to an area because I feel like there should be something there. And the map, like you just look at the map and you're like, it's too empty. There's just, or there's some weird ridge in the mountainside, or the lake is a weird shape or something. Or you're like, there's no way that tiny man-sized island is just going to be in the middle of that lake and not have some sort of purpose. Anyway, so he's dreaming, and in his dream, he sees the map, and it kind of like opens up, and he realizes the solution to the puzzle, and he's like, "Oh, that's what it is." And so then he wakes up, the next day, and all day through school, he's just dying because he's like trying to do this thing, and he gets home, he does his homework, and then he jumps on, and that was like, the secret to get the thing that he needed to continue the game or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, had that happened today, I would have struggled with it for about 30 minutes and then Googled it, and then somebody would have already just given me the answer, and then I would have got through it. And like, I think it's funny that he thinks that was ruining video games, that like wandering around not knowing the answer for weeks on end until it overtakes your subconscious and your dreams solve the problem for you because it's become such a huge major problem in your life that somehow that was better than being like, I don't know, man, I'm going to Google it.
Okay, so a game that was like that for me, and this is a weird one that not a lot of people played at the time. Like my brother who was in college bought it for me. And it was like weird because it was like, this is a college game. Like, and it was called Deja Vu. And it was it was kind of like I'm trying to think, like a point and click sort of like mystery. So it's like you wake up, you have deja vu. Corey, you would like the story. You wake up in like a bathroom stall with deja vu, and you're like in detective clothes, like, and it's in like the 30s or 40s, and you have to kind of figure out like who you are and like why you're in a bathroom stall, and there's like little clues in the stall, and you have to like pick them up and like keep them, and then like you just travel around these different locations and like interview people and collect clues. And then finally you like through the use of like your own sleuthiness, like figure out your identity and stuff like that and what happened to you. But there's like sodium barbitol or something, and you have to mix it and put it in this like capsule, and there's like 20 things you have to do to combine to kind of get your memory back. And you're kind of gathering all these different items throughout. And I remember that game being one I had like dreams about at night, where it was like, maybe if I mix like these two things together and put them in the capsule, maybe that's the trick.
My least favorite thing about modern video games is guessing what ingredients should go together to make the serum or the elixir or the meal or whatever. It's like, oh, this is so stupid. I don't care.
I just don't like the part that I don't like is that there's no end to a lot of them. So like, to me, it's more just like the thing I miss about those games was like, there was an end point. And there were like clear sort of save points a lot of the time. And so it's like,
you don't like the open world stuff?
I do, but I like it too much. And it's like, it literally can just kill my interest because I'm a person who I get really addicted to things, and completion of things. So if I can't complete something, I'm like the epitome of somebody that like Facebook loves. You know? I'm like, but I gotta click. I gotta keep clicking. I don't know. I'm supposed to keep clicking.
I have to. It's essential.
Yeah. So that, but I do think I would get really into gaming. That's why I've never really owned a gaming system. Like the first gaming system I bought in a long time was that NES emulator. And it was pretty funny because it was today. My son was like, Dad, can we play Kirby? I'm like, yeah, we can play Kirby. So we're playing like this crappy game. It's like awesome. iPads like got better games than this, you know.
I love Kirby, man. There was a YouTube show at one point in time that was trying to find the most powerful being in the universe, and they decided that it was whatever species of being Kirby is. Because they're like it was one of those YouTube shows where they're like, you know, who would win, Goku or Superman, but they were pitting Kirby against everybody else, and they're just like, yeah, there's just no way. Like, as a child, like as a baby, he's supposed to be an infant of his species. He can swallow the entire earth, and then you press down on your controller and you turn into whatever like major feature of the planet that he just ate was, or just spit it out as a star. Like he could just swallow Goku, and then he'd have like giant spiky hair and be able to do like planet spirit bombs.
I love it. Oh man.
Chippendale's Rescue Rangers. That was a legit side scroller.
Okay. That was legit. That also reminds me of, as a kid, I was like obsessed with Darkwing Duck too.
Dude, I was Darkwing Duck for Halloween in junior
No
high.
way.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was so into that. And then the funny thing is, when we got Disney Plus, like the first show my son got really into was Darkwing Duck. So like I had all these toys in the garage from when I was a kid that were Darkwing Duck toys. And suddenly my son's like playing with these toys that where all the white elements on the toys have become like yellow because of age. And I was just like, what the heck? This is so weird.
I didn't even know
neat.
Darkwing.
Seeing him like run around and being like, let's get dangerous. I was like, no way.
I have tried to rewatch that show, and the first episode is like some nerdy botanist bullying some other nerdy botanist for like a really long time, and Darkwing show up for like 10 minutes. I'm like, I don't know if I can do it.
Yeah, it's not a great show, and the animation is not anything to like, write home about. Like, it's funny. Some of those shows that we'd watch that were animated, it's like you just kind of think like, oh, this is the coolest show ever, and like then you see the animation in retrospect, and you're like, why? How did I?
How it's like so little that your brain is required to fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
But okay, early on in my marriage, I was like, man, I want to like get into some of the stuff I was into as a kid. And that was back when Netflix was like mailing DVDs out.
Mm-hmm. I remember those days.
Which I guess they still do, but anyway, I got Smurfs. Like
wait. Sorry, I had to address this from Frank. He was saying I had some Darkwing Duck figures I ordered from a cereal box. I had all the Darkwing Duck figures from that cereal box.
Are you sure you were poor? I feel like I would never been able to do anything like that.
Yep.
Isn't that
that was one of my things.
Isn't it only like name brand cereals that you can get toys out of?
Yeah, but like that was one of the few occasions where they were like, yeah, let's do that. Because they knew I like loved Darkwing Duck. Like it was definitely one of those things.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah, I tried Smurfs, and I don't know what's going on with voice acting during the time that was happening.
Yeah.
But it is a bunch of old grown men screaming at each other in falsetto voices. It is. I don't know how my parents didn't just like immediately kill everyone in the room and throw the TV out the window. That is the most grating sound I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
It's pretty awful.
Yeah, I what's weird is as a kid, I don't know what it was about the smart. Like I liked the toys because they were like these weird little rubber toys, and I think at the time that I liked those, they were like mold injected, But like I liked them because I think also at the time like there were like California raisin toys that were kind of cool and sort of worked with the Smurf ones. But I have to admit, like we'd watch the Smurfs, but it wasn't like. There were certain TV shows you kind of watched because they're animated, but they just kind of sucked and you sort of knew it.
Dude, I was so into the Smurfs, man.
Yeah, because as a kid, I never got into the Smurfs. Same with like we would watch Scooby-Doo all the time as kids, and I was not into Scooby-Doo, but we'd just watch it because it was animated. It was like on,
Yeah, I like Scooby-Doo. I really like the Smurfs, and I really like the Snorks.
Oh, the Snorks were hilarious because they were pretty much just the Smurfs with the with like a weird snorkel on their head.
It's like an aquatic version of the Smurfs. I think even as a kid, I just thought it was funny that they're like, somewhere there's some executive that was like, all right, let's cash in on this. We can't make more Smurf shows because we've like maxed out, but let's just do the same thing but underwater. And then everybody was like, yeah, let's do it. And even as a kid, I realized this is a cash grab and I am fully invested in it.
Yeah, you're like, it's a cash grab and I am totally there with it.
I'm into it. I'm down. Let's do this.
That's a fair point. It is funny how you kind of don't mind cash grabs as a kid. Almost like I think the only thing that bugs kids is if they try to hide it.
Right. Like G.I. Joe and He-Man.
Yeah.
We're obviously there to sell action figures.
Yeah, G.I. Joe was bomb though.
But like the whole time I was just like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't even care. I don't even care that this entire episode is just a blatant, not even thinly veiled, just a blatant promo for the new character.
Yeah, I didn't mind either. I kind of felt like, well, it'll make me playing with the toys more fun, you know? Yeah. G.I. Joe, though, I do remember one moment, and this was like almost like one of my earliest moments of like possibly feeling what it's like to feel punk rock. I remember seeing the movie, right? And at the end of the movie, they like, I think either kill off or get rid of Cobra. And keep in mind, I'm talking from memory of like, 40 years ago or close to that. So maybe like 35 years ago. But it's like, from what I recall, Cobra somehow they get rid of him. And then they introduce this guy, Serpentine.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's announced that like the G.I. Joes aren't using like harmful guns anymore. They're using echo rays and they're fighting for the environment. And I remember as a kid just being like, this is so stupid. They just made G.I. Joe Captain Planet. This is so stupid. Like, yep. I was furious as a kid because I was like, no, they're soldiers and they fight each other with like rays. Like they don't actually, not echo rays. Like they shoot each other.
Red lasers and blue lasers.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then they changed it to echo rays, and it was like this whole thing where I was like, you guys have lost your soul, like, which is weird because it's not like that property had a soul, but
Oh man. Yeah. Those are so great. I remember like two things about those. The G.I. Joe action figures were rad.
Yes, they were.
There's one screw holding the whole thing together. It's one screw and a rubber band.
And then that rubber band would snap and you're pissed.
See what we would do, because I was like, I love that Toy Story makes out basically every kid in the 80s to be a villain, because like no one I knew wasn't acting like Sid. There was no one that I knew that was like loved their toys and cared for them and slept with them. And they're like, we were all like, hey, if you take that screw out, you can kind of push the character together and we'll replace his head with a firework. And then we'll like film it on VHS, our giant VHS camera. And then we'll play it in slow motion on the VCR and we'll watch them blow up. Like that was what we did for fun, was put firecrackers inside of the G.I. Joes.
Oh,
and
wow.
then I had like a whole tackle box, like a fishing tackle box full of G.I. Joe parts. And I would just build my own G.I. Joes out of the parts that survived my explosions.
Ooh, I love the mention of Thundercats too. That's a good one.
Best intro ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thundercats was, the rest of the show was awful, but they like hired out for the intro.
Yeah.
And that was legit. It was somebody in America was like, hey, we should have a Japanese animation firm do the intro, and then everybody will like forget that we barely move anything for the rest of 20 minutes in this show.
It's kind of fun though. I love that like limited animation in a weird way though, because it's like charming. And it's interesting that it worked. I don't know. It's fascinating. Like another one from that era too that I never really got to watch the cartoons was Voltron. But I
Oh,
loved the toys. Like, but I didn't grow up with the cartoons at all. And I remember being able to see like a VHS of some of the cartoons.
my
I'm not sure what channel they ran on, but I just never got to see them.
my perception of wealth was really distorted as a kid.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I equated anyone who owned Voltron with being like exceptionally wealthy.
Same here. Like the rich kid on our street had the full Voltron. And almost everyone I knew other than that one kid was lucky if they had one. Like they had one animal, but like if you had the full Voltron, like you were legit. Like I remember that kid too because he had the GI Joe space shuttle.
Yeah, that guy must have been making bank.
Yeah, I mean in my head that kid was like wealthy as hell.
Right. I mean, I remember
also the kid who'd have all the name brand clothes, you know.
I remember in the store, I was like, "Oh, there's a new He-Man figure," and then I looked at the price tag, and I remember the price being $7.49. And the He-Man figures were big, and I remember that being like it got more expensive, and they had raised the price, and I remember thinking to myself, I'm not even going to bother asking. This is like more money than my parents have. They do not have $7.50. I'm not even going to ask.
Yeah.
And I remember looking at the other toys, like the Voltrons and stuff. I think I calculated in my head to put together like a full Voltron.
Yeah.
It was like $120 or something.
Yeah, and I think at that time 120. Like it was ridiculous, man. Yeah, and that GI Joe space shuttle if you were really loaded, you'd have the GI Joe aircraft carrier, which I knew no one who had that. But we'd look in like toy catalogs at it, like, whoa.
Like every once in a while, I'll go in to like Walmart or whatever, and I'll look at the Legos, and I'm like, oh, that would be so sweet. And I look at it, I'm like, I can't spend $180 on a Lego.
I've had that moment every time I've seen the Lego Millennium Falcon, where I'm like, I want that and I want to build it, and I don't want to get that for my son. Like I want to get that for me and then keep it far away from my child. And then I'll be that like weird man dad who's like, you can't play with my toys, you know, but
that's the whole right side of my studio.
Yeah. That makes sense though. You have to kind of draw distinctions where you're like, this is dad's toys and this is your toys. But I have been tempted also to buy at this age full Voltron. I still haven't, but I could. And I like the knowledge that I could if I wanted to. That somehow
I would be really disappointed because like once Todd McFarlane got into toys, like
oh dude,
toys got significantly better. And so anything that happened before that was before I knew that you could make toys that good.
Yeah.
And so I think my perception of what the Voltron toys are like is like drastically different than what the actual Voltron toys are like.
Oh yeah, for sure. And similarly, like, yeah, I mean, that just game changed everything. Just the quality of that. And I remember being in junior high when you know, Spawn was all huge and the first McFarlane toy came out. It was a Spawn figure, and it was like,
dude, and it was like
it was painted.
It was painted. It was huge. It was articulated. It had like this cape that was crazy, and it didn't have that crappy like.
But they did the molded cape, you know, where it was like really cool.
Yeah, they didn't do the crappy like fabric. Like every action figure that had fabric, I was always like, come on, guys. I don't need it to wave in the wind. I need it to look like it does in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's a game changer. Like the toys that exist now. Mama Soto in the chat said, I was a G.I. Joe girl because my older sister never let me play with Barbie. She did me a favor. Yes, she did. Wait a second. Or should we just, you know, recall our previous troll and be like, how dare you? No, that's awesome. That's rad. GI Joes were a much better toy than Barbie.
I was
The
also
thing I would do with the snapped GI Joe is I would pretend they were corpses on the battlefield. So you want to go dark with things, like that's what I would do, or I'd be like, "Well,
we had the
corpses."
we had the dry spots in our lawn where the sprinklers didn't quite hit that would become like battlefields for different things. You'd build like bases out of like sticks and twigs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was there. I'll tell you the one thing about
building bases out of the styrofoam packaging that the toy that itself came in. That was the way to go. Anyhow, go ahead.
The one thing about Barbies that always blew me away as a kid was like the knees and elbows. Like it was like there was like a skin, like a rubbery skin over the top of some sort of joint that had like 3 positions. And for some reason that just blew my mind because everything else is like this weird like friction joint that you would have like on the G.I. Joes and the He-Man figures or whatever. And like Barbie was like hyper advanced to like have this, like the ankle would move and the knee and the elbow. I was always like, it just stays there because it only had like 3 positions. It was like straight and like slightly bent and then like bent enough to sit. And anyway, as a kid, I was always like, man, that Barbie technology is just something I don't even understand. But yeah, no, I like that. I'll tell you what I was into on the girl side of things though, because there's a girl in my neighborhood that I liked, and we used to play My Little Pony.
So you were a brony before bronies were bronies.
If by that you mean I used playing My Little Pony to hang out with this girl that I liked, then sure.
Isn't that what bronies do?
No, it's not what bronies do. My impression of bronies is that they are akin to incels. Possibly even there's a Venn diagram with one circle with those two.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, incels are interesting. That's a weird phenomenon. Let's not get into that one. We got more trolls, Corey.
We've mentioned the name, and now they're going to hear it like a dog whistle.
A signal went off, like a red phone somewhere just rang. They're like, they mentioned us.
We've got to defend ourselves. Talk about how the women are ruining everything.
Or maybe we'll get ratted out by our previous troll who's like tight with them.
That is a movement that every time I'm like, I should understand what's going on here. And every time I try, I'm like, I don't want to anymore.
Yeah. It gets pretty weird and dark in those corners of the webs.
Yeah. Every time I'm just like, oh, this is why I stopped before. What I don't get about this guy that I'm trying to draw right now is like, he's an attractive looking dude, but his features are disproportionate to like the normal head breakdown. And I'm trying to like, I keep trying to like do the normal breakdown of like Golden Mean. I'm getting close. And I think that's why it's looking wrong. He's got like his nose and his eyes are taking up way less vertical space than most people.
Maybe do nose measurements. Base it on his nose, like the line down here.
Yeah.
Measure that crap out. That's tough, though, especially for a caricature. Although it can be fun, because then you got stuff to exaggerate, you know?
Yeah, I'm not really doing a caricature. Like, they've seen my other animations, and they're basically, make it like the bearded guy in Indo-Exo.
Oh, okay, got it. So it's
I was like, I would love to do that, but you have to understand that, like, I developed the bearded guy in Indo-Exo because 70% of his face is covered in hair, so that I don't have to animate, lip sync.
I thought it was because of your good friend Joshua Kemble, who has a massively awesome beard. I'm just kidding. It's not really there yet. I need it to grow longer. I'm trying, Corey. I'm trying to do like a crazy beard.
Dude, when I did that, Malia said, is this just who you want to be. This just looks like you older. I was like, yeah, if I could grow out a beard right now, I would.
It's interesting. I had the opposite experience where I grew it for a bit. Like I've always been a person who I shave and the next day I have like half a beard. Like it's just obnoxious. It grows. It's like a battle if I try to stay clean shaven. And my wife, like once I had to like let it grow out a bit, she was like, I like your beard. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm probably gonna shave it off. She's like, no. So, and now I got a kid and he's grown up his whole life. He's known me with a beard.
Yeah.
And like pre him, I never had a beard. I think at most I had a weird, awkward stage at like age 18 or 19 where I like tried to be all smooth and have a goatee. But that was it, you know? So it's weird. I'm like in the polar opposite where I have daydreams of just taking the whole thing off. Seeing my youth again. By the time I do that, I'll be an old man.
I just hate shaving. And I work at a place where I have to shave every day.
Do you have to shave are you allowed to have a beard?
No.
Oh, that really?
Yeah.
That's so weird. Well, maybe that's a cliche. Sorry. I don't know. Am I wrong to think there's like I feel like I went to Utah and I saw the pictures on the halls of like very famous founding Mormons, and they had some pretty badass facial hair is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Historically, you're not wrong.
Yeah. But I guess that makes sense. I don't know.
There's a whole thing to it, but yeah, that is the current state of things.
Well, that's okay. Us ginger guys are always leprechauns when it grows big. Funny. I'm sorry. Now that you said that, I want you to grow out your beard and be like, "Hello," and do the leprechaun thing. It'd be amazing. Yeah, I don't know.
I've got like just on the weekends when I don't shave, I've got 2 gray stripes. Like I think I could full on go like a Ra's al Ghul style beard.
That would be pretty impressive.
I know.
Well, just understand on the other end of the spectrum, there's somebody with a beard just every morning waking up being like, maybe I should get rid of this because I can't really see my face.
See, I don't know. I think I would do like with almost everything. Like I'm at the point like recently, when we first went into lockdown a year ago, right? Mm-hmm. I was like, what would be really easy is if I just shaved my head. So I just shaved my head. Mm-hmm. And now it's like so long that I had to like gather it up into a ponytail and like hack it off. I haven't had a professional haircut since COVID hit. I've just been doing it myself. And I almost recently was like, yeah, just shave my head again. I think I would probably do the same thing with a beard. I think it would be constantly in a stage of like, whenever I got bored, I would just shave it.
Yeah. Oh, that is the fun part about a beard though. Cause I lied. I have had a beard once before. And what's great about that is when you go through the shaving process, you can start with like the Lemmy and just kind of work your way. So you have a handlebar mustache.
Oh, that's great.
Oh man. I have to say though, if I do get rid of my beard, I'm going to spend like a full week as like Lemmy, and then I'll probably shave it up a little bit so I look a little like, like an old timey Kentucky Colonel. Yeah, I'm going to go through all the phases of beard removal.
Yeah, my dad grew a mustache one summer, and the first day of school, he shaved the left half of his mustache off.
Like by accident or like to be cool?
Completely on purpose. He went to a full day of school with the left half of his mustache shaved off because it was the first day that students saw him in class. And so he only gave his profile to people. And so as they would walk into the class, he'd be sitting there and he would have a mustache. And then when everybody was like signing their name on a piece of paper or whatever, he would turn and show him his other side. And then he wouldn't have a mustache. And then
That's
the kids spent most of the day trying to decide whether he had a mustache or not.
I do like the idea of like a covert facial hair scenario that you could easily cover with your hand. The one thing that is really addictive about a beard, though, and you'll notice this when I'm streaming, is like if I go through like a moment of thinking, I'll like kind of stroke the beard, like let me think about it. And it actually just naturally happens, but I think it looks pretty rad. To be like, let me consider that while I stroke my beard. Like a wise old sage.
I've noticed your beard is getting longer lately.
Yeah, that's my goal. Is like I want to have like a straight up like wizard beard. That's where I want to get at some point. So that's why I'm trimming it less.
Yeah.
Usually I have to trim it, and I'm trying to kind of see if I can eventually have this like impressive, crazy wizard beard.
That's awesome.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Crimson Owl. I want to show this. Can I show this? This is amazing. No freaking way.
What are you showing?
He sent an Instagram picture where he's a leprechaun. I can't
show it.
I want to show it. Do you mind if I show it on the because that's pretty rad, dude. You owned it, but I just didn't expect that. That was like a thought in my head that just got delivered. Okay, I need to show this. Okay, can I show it? Will it drag? It's an Instagram picture.
Yeah, you can drag it. You should just share your screen.
Nope. Dope. Okay, maybe I'll do a screen cap. Hold on. Some weird stuff happening here. Oh, it will not let me. Okay, so I'm gonna screenshot it.
Yeah, just paste it into your Photoshop.
And grab it in my Photoshop. Okay. Ronnie Gunter representing as a full out leprechaun.
Oh, that's so cool.
You see that? That sweetness. Isn't that amazing?
Dude, I would just rock that all the time.
I mean, honestly, you look pretty rad, dude. Like,
that's legit, man.
Just saying, that's kind of amazing. Well done, sir. Well done. That is amazing. That makes me proud. Proud to know you, sir.
I like how you adopted an accent as you said that.
Oh, I didn't actually intend to. Proud to know you, sir. Mama Soto liked it too. She said nice. All right. What's crazy about this stream that I think is awesome is it's like 1 a.m. where I'm at. I can't imagine what time it is in Texas right now.
It's 2 where I am.
2 a.m. and we're all hanging out and drawing and working on stuff. This is like art school. Very cool. I've been enjoying these streams because it's like a way to kind of hang out and get art done and shoot the shit. Just fun to do.
So, Lady Killer, there are entire sections that I'm going to skip over. Like, I'm looking at. I've got to give some pretty severe content warnings. There is one. There's one scene where she bashes this guy's head in with a brick, and they do not like pull any punches. Like, it is like really gory. Anyway, it's. I don't know why I didn't remember it being this bad before. I think I was just in awe of how incredible she is at rendering expression.
Yeah.
But man, that book is nuts.
I'm curious, like I'm still wondering how we're going to navigate a lot of things. I'm wondering how to navigate little Nemo because I had forgotten about some of the racially insensitive stuff in there.
Right.
So I'm definitely that I don't mind showing. I'll just bring up the context of it, because it's like, obviously, this was made in a time where people had bad ideas,
Yeah.
But the layouts and the art and stuff like that, you can learn a lot from. But it's going to be a hard one to navigate, particularly that book.
I mean, that's true of a lot of things. Like, you just look back far enough and you're just like, holy crap.
Yeah, that one's rough. It's
Thinking.
just like, my native friend, and you're like, oh no, like, you didn't go there. He has a bone through his nose, and you're like, oh really? Okay.
Like even like Will Eisner,
Yeah.
and he tried to, he tried to like walk it back a little bit, but still, I forget the dude's name, the spirit, his sidekick. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, it's a hard thing, but yeah, this book is.
Yeah, so I'm curious how I'm going to navigate that when it comes to books like Mouse, or like more problematically will be like Blankets, Fun Home. Like, there's a lot where I'm like, I'm not sure where we're going to draw the line, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's an interesting part of the discussion too, is just to be like, some of this is just not okay.
Yeah.
And some of this is okay, but out of context is hard.
And for me, I'm like a very anti-censorship type person, so I tend to think it's all okay if in the right context. You'll notice, like, the way I write my book too, it's like I avoid a lot of like nudity or violence or whatever, although the second book is a lot more violent with intention.
Right.
But I tend to think like nothing's off the table as long as contextually it makes sense. I always worry, like, if we as artists, and keep in mind, I would definitely say as reviewers, like, if we're kind of looking through it and we're appealing to a broad audience, like, I don't want to like present something like some 12-year-old comes across, like online and is like, what, mommy, what is that?
Yeah.
But like, for me as an artist, it's like, I really feel like boundaries are good for story reasons, but I think like any boundary that is self-imposed for anything but a story reason is a dangerous boundary for creativity. That's just my thought. I also understand different viewpoints on that, but it's like,
I don't think I would ever draw any nudity in any book I did.
I don't know if I would or not. I mean, I don't think I'd want to do something overly sexualized, but I can envision scenes where I would do that, and I would definitely draw nudes. Like, I mean, I have no problem with the nude form.
Right.
So it kind of depends,
And for me, there's a difference in. I don't think there's necessarily a problem with that, and I have read books, obviously, that have that type of stuff in it, but it just becomes, like, what I spend my time creating. I don't know. It's an interesting line.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I definitely navigated that a little bit with this book because, Two Stories book one deals with some pretty heavy subject matter.
Right.
And, but like everything that was censored within that was sort of done with intention. But if I felt like it would cause the impact of the story or the emotion of the story to resonate more, if there were like nudity or violence, like there is a pretty brutally violent scene in the first or in the second book,
right?
Like the first half of it.
Well, I remember you looking up reference of like busted lips and messed up teeth and.
Yeah, I mean, and it's partially because it's all from life, so it's like it's almost like a documentary, like where it's like, do you want to censor like Ken Burns World War II documentary or something? Not that it's World War II, but my point is, I think when you're dealing with memoir, it's really important to not overly censor.
Right.
But it is a really hard line. I do think a lot of people, the thing that bugs me isn't violence or nudity or even sex. It's the fact that I think a lot of people will throw that into a story without intention.
And that's a lot
that
of
is the part that bugs me, is like when it's unintentional, like when it doesn't have a reason. That to me bugs me. Like the Game of Thrones, like I loved Game of Thrones as a series, but it's like Game of Thrones, they had a joke about it that it was a sex position instead of exposition.
Okay.
Where they would take like any scene of exposition and just be like, let's throw nude people in the background. And like that didn't really need to be there or like really have a purpose, I don't know if that makes sense. That bothered me.
Yeah, I've never seen Game of Thrones, but I agree with what you're saying. Like, I mean, even like I remember as a kid, I was like, oh, because I didn't watch R-rated movies growing up. I still don't. And I remember as a kid, I was like, oh, Schindler's List is going to be on network TV, so it'll be edited. And like I have zero issue with like the National Geographic style nudity that's like historical and whatever. But I remember like I'm watching NBC or whatever it is, and there's some scene in there where like one of the Nazi guards is in bed with some woman, and like it's completely pointless. Like it has nothing to do with the story. He gets up and starts having a conversation with her as he's looking over like Auschwitz. And she's just talking to him, not saying anything of any value, completely topless. And I was like, what is this? So I turned it off.
That to me was like weird. That's a weird example, because that would be one of those movies where I would feel like the lack of censorship is really important to not have.
No, but I'm not saying
that sequence, like I could give you a story reason for that.
No, and I could make an argument for it as well.
Yeah.
But it took me out of the story because it was so blatantly 20th century. It was so blatantly like modern era, not World War II era.
Yeah.
It just took me completely out. Like, and I felt like, like seeing everything else that was going on, like, I don't think you should make excuses for like the violence and for the everything. I mean, it was a horrific event in human history.
Yeah.
And sugarcoating it or editing it is not helpful.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I wouldn't watch that movie casually, like on a Sunday. It'd just be like, yeah, I feel like kicking back, just
right,
in a relaxing movie, like
right. But I mean, that particular scene I felt like was so out of place. It threw me, and I was just like, I can't trust this movie.
Yeah, I guess I just like, I don't know. I do think in a weird way, I also think that kind of what is this application memory I've run out of? Apparently, never even heard of that.
On what are you using? Photoshop?
Yeah, got Photoshop.
Adobe software has become like massive resource hogs.
Yeah, definitely is. Okay, cool. I'm good to cut that. All right, we should be good, and then I'm just gonna quit out of.
I would. I'd increase your scratch disk.
What's up?
I'd increase your scratch disk.
Yeah, that's not a bad call. Does that happen a lot with OBS, or is it?
Yeah, so OBS and most Adobe software, they're all pretty taxing on the video card. And so when you're streaming Adobe stuff, it's like a double whammy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, that's happened to me a couple times where I'm talking to you guys and then I'll render something in After Effects or whatever, and like my whole computer shuts down.
It's just like, I can't.
It's like, I can't. What are you doing?
Well, if that happens, just stay put because I'll be right back after the whole thing restarts. Yeah, like I don't know. I'm in a weird boat with it where I tend to side with. I just tend to side with like don't censor people, but I also come from a tradition.
I'm not making the argument that you should.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying as a high school student,
mm-hmm.
I got way more out of reading Eli Wiesel
mm-hmm.
than I did from watching Schindler's List. And
True.
I think it was because Eli Wiesel wasn't telling a story as much as he was explaining his experiences. And there was a little bit of storytelling in Schindler's List. You know what I mean? Like there's a little bit of fiction. There's a little bit of
for sure.
And it's kind of encapsulated in that, like what I find to be just an unnecessary scene that was just thrown in there to be salacious.
Yeah.
And I know the argument for like, you know, the Nazi extravagance juxtaposed against the suffering of the concentration camps.
Yeah, because I was gonna say that would be exactly where I would head with that. Where I'm like, I think as an artist, like that would be why I would include a scene like that. You know?
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad argument, but it was.
I get what you're saying. You know, I also think like, and this is where I think it's really important. I think that issue is very like person to person.
Yeah,
I think people have different tolerances, and I do think it was, I don't know, it was pointed out a while ago, but it is interesting how in the US our tolerance for absolutely gut-wrenching violence is like extremely high.
Right.
And like for like a nipple is like, oh no, like, you know, it's just, to me, that's an interesting thing. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's definitely cultural.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Where it's like, you know, I think in the US, like most of our entertainment, you could probably show somebody get their like brains bashed in on like a movie that might even be able to retain a PG rating.
PG-13, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I've seen some pretty saucy stuff in PG, you know.
Is it prior to 13 existing though?
No, I don't think so. So wasn't Poltergeist PG?
I don't know. I never saw it.
Okay, because Poltergeist is like a classic horror movie.
Yeah, but PG-13. When did PG-13 come about? It's recently.
Was it like after the 80s?
Oh yeah. When was PG-13?
I'm kind of interested.
Yeah, so 1984 was when they introduced PG-13.
1984. When was Poltergeist put out?
1982.
Ah, that would make sense. Okay, because it was like, it's a little weird that that's PG. But I mean, even that, like, even if it's PG-13, it literally shows somebody pulling their face off in a mirror. And I mean, it's terrible effects now, but it's interesting that people are okay with that. I think the US is just an interesting beast.
I think everything is interesting. I mean, you look at just culturally, you assume that what you grow up with is normal, right?
Yeah.
And then you go somewhere else and you're like, oh, everything's so weird here. But like, I remember my sister-in-law went over to Europe and was traveling around, whatever. And then some of the people that she met like came over to visit her, and they were just shocked and astounded that people were just okay with homelessness. Like that homelessness was just like an accepted given.
Yeah.
And like, you know, we look at some of the things that happen over in Europe and we're like, how are you just like casually okay with, you know, X, Y, and Z or whatever? And it's just different. It's just different cultures decide to get whatever about different things. But yeah, it is interesting. I think I'm getting closer this time around. Did you die?
But,
Josh,
yeah,
you
it
left.
disappeared for 3 seconds there.
So news in Mexico is notorious for showing all that graphic stuff, but they just adopted US guidelines for internet, and now people are upset that they're getting censored now. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of an interesting kind of westernization thing.
Yeah, like once again, I just I don't know. I tend to lean against censorship, but I do think there are things that are in bad and in good taste. I'm trying to think of like some good examples. I don't know. There's a lot of good examples.
Yeah.
I feel like for instance, if you took The Great Gatsby and you like as a book, right? And you took out all the violence and sex, like you lose the whole point of the book. And the whole point of the book isn't about violence and sex, but it uses that to talk about like kind of the shallow nature of like this sort of wealth um driven society where it's like a guy who's pursued wealth to the point where he's almost lost his soul for the
So
love of a woman to kind of prove himself.
I've
And it's
never.
also about corruption and about society and about like kind of the over sexualization of culture and stuff like that. That story is like the epitome of like a really good argument, possibly for censorship. But if you censored it, it would just not have the impact that it has.
Right.
And I've had a friend who taught that at college and was lectured by a student about how he wasn't like how he should be saved from The Great Gatsby. He just assumed my friend was not a Christian. And the funny thing is, my friend actually was a Christian when he taught it. And so he had to talk to the student and be like, hey, I kind of taught this because like it actually, first off, is like a really iconic American
Right.
literary work, and you kind of have to teach that. But it's like, and second off, like as a Christian, it opens a lot of conversations that are really important for Christianity because it like depicts total depravity, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's a hard one to navigate because it's like, on one hand, you know, it's good to like protect kids. It's good to protect yourself from potentially bad things, you know?
I also think
It's good as an artist not to be overly exploitative without purpose. Like if you're going to exploit, have a reason, you know?
yeah, I also think books are drastically different than video.
I disagree. I mean, I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree because I think in theory it's kind of the same, and a book can almost be more nefarious.
I we're going to be on different sides of this, I think, because a book very much draws on your experience, right? And I mean, unless it's like poorly written to the point of just being like an instruction manual of explicitness, if you've never seen anything, you can only really kind of fill in the gaps vaguely. And so I
Yeah.
don't think it hits as hard on the graphic nature of things as like, oh, like I didn't know what any of that looked like, and now I do.
Hmm.
There's a different, if you come at it from, you're in literature, your experience with the book, you bring a lot to it from your prior experience, and current zeitgeist, it influences your experience with the book, whereas you add sound and visuals and actors and voice acting and character acting and editing and color grading and all that stuff. All that stuff is no longer happening in your brain. It's being controlled and manipulated by teams of people that are very good at doing it. It's a drastically different experience, and it's a much more guided experience, and it's a much more programmed experience than reading words on a page.
I think that just only holds to a fault. Like that holds to an extent because there's things books can do, like idea wise, because it requires your thought and your imagination that can actually embed more in memory. So
Oh,
like,
sure. I'm
so
not.
my point is that like actually what's weird is um to make the premise that like most things should be censored in film but not in books is a little dangerous because if the film is dangerous, then the book is probably like twice as dangerous because you're going to remember it.
I'm not making an argument. I'm not making an argument for censorship.
Yeah. No, I know.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Neurologically, it's a drastically different experience,
Agreed. Yeah.
and that a film is much more of a guided and programmed thing than a book is. A book
Yeah.
is drawing on your ability to. I mean, some people don't have the ability to imagine what's happening in a book. You know what I mean? They just don't have that imagination.
Yeah.
For example, I remember reading reading a scene in a book that was kind of an intimate scene, and having had no experience with that at the time, I had nothing to draw on. I remember feeling like, oh, this is pretty intimate, but like I didn't really have any like imagery or anything come to mind. You know,
Yeah.
like it wasn't like I wasn't able to imagine any of the detail. I got kind of the brushstrokes of the feelings that the author was conveying, you know, and I think that's the difference with book and film is that, you know, I can easily close the book. I can easily, you know, skip past a paragraph that I'm uncomfortable with, you know, or whatever. But
Yeah.
you can't do that as much. You know, it's harder to look away from a thing. I was reading an article by a guy who writes, he writes a lot about fairy tales, and he talks about the violence in the original fairy tales.
Oh yeah, dude.
And his
Snow White,
yeah.
my favorites.
Well, and his argument is that children self-select the things that they need from the stories and kind of miss the stuff that are too much for them to handle. In those type of things, but it's different than watching it on a video format.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree there's a difference between visual and written media. I'm just saying the justification for sort of the exclusion of one with the inclusion of the other is a really dangerous thing. I remember this guy I knew. This is like when I was a kid and going to a Christian school, right? Which I write about in my book. But it's like there was this teacher who taught there, and he was like railing against non-Christian music because it has all this language and music really embeds itself in your memory. And so like if you're going to listen to music, you have to be really careful and you should only listen to Christian music and stuff like that. And then he'd watch like James Bond films. And he'd watch like all these movies. And all those movies had music, the very music that he was railing against censoring, like in it. You know, and it just struck me as slightly hypocritical where it's like, okay, so if the music's in a movie, now it's not impactful, but if it's not in a movie, then you suddenly have to listen to the branded approved music. Like it weirded me out. So I'm always really skeptical of it. And it's partial. And keep in mind, I'm not skeptical of somebody having discernment when it comes to like what they're going to take in. Right. And I do think it is a scenario where it's very much based on individuals, right? Like I might very well be able to see a scene in a film that would cause somebody else to like totally stumble and it won't cause me to blink, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's going to be different for each person. So I don't want to judge that either way, because it's like, honestly, if it causes you to stumble or have any issues, then just don't watch it, you know, like
right. I think that's where in the indie review show it becomes interesting because all kinds of different things could be triggering or tempting to different people.
Yeah.
And so that's where I think every recommendation I'm going to give, I'm going to give it with a caveat of, if you're cool with this type of thing, then, know that that's in this book, and I like the rest of the book, and it's great.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think if we do a review of like a first, second book, we're probably okay, like, or like not old first, second books, but like the more current ones that are like YA, like we're probably okay, like on most of those books, like American Born Chinese, I don't think needs a caveat or a warning, right? It's a brilliant book. It's accessible to all ages, but anything that's like not an all ages book might be best to have a caveat at the beginning. And then obviously like to try to, I do think like catering it and censoring it on our end isn't a bad call, because it's not like we're like, if I recommend a book and I'm maybe not showing you a page I don't agree with, I'm still recommending the book. So it's not like I'm censoring it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's a good method to go about it. But it is an interesting thing where it's like a really tough discussion. Mama Soto is done on her end she was working on a brochure design. And I love it. This is really interesting. Mama Soto, thank you for showing up in the chats. I can't believe you've had as weird of hours today as I have, and it's fun to be joined by our friends in Texas. So thank you. Yeah, that's a weird discussion. Like for me, I don't really know where to draw the line, except that I really do think it does have a lot to do with intention and how effective the artist is at expressing their intention with it.
Right.
But I also I like really seedy, portraits of life that are like not pretty. That's like one of my favorite forms of art. So that's always an interesting one to navigate. But I definitely have read stuff where it's just exploitational and there's no purpose.
Right.
And that I'm not a huge fan of. But then I'm like somebody like Daniel Klaus, right, who's just exploiting the weird and absurd. It's hard to know how to navigate that, like it's going to be an interesting thing to kind of figure out,
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I agree with you. It's a weird line to walk.
Well, yeah, it's a very individual line to walk. Like, I think that's why good belief systems, and I don't want to, I mean, that's obviously a value judgment, but they're not super prescriptive. They're very much like, here are some definite no-nos, but also you should look at like how it makes you feel and what your intent is. And, it's an interesting thing to come across, like nuance in belief systems. And I do this at class. Like, I mean, I teach at a church-owned university, and I'm still not in there saying like you should do this and you shouldn't do this, because what's the point of that? Like, I'm in there like, okay, well, think about how you feel about this, and think about why you're doing these things, and think about why you're not doing these things.
Yeah.
And, like, come to your own conclusions and be your own person so that you can actually learn to navigate this world as an adult.
Well, like we were saying, kind of like I was trying to tell the guy on the last stream, it's like half of the issue with that guy stems from just like a misunderstanding of what leadership is, or it's like he had this idea of like the biblical prescription of like marriage headship being like a dominant, like domineering kind of like patriarchal kind of scenario where
it's like, I must have missed. Yeah,
it was nuts. Like that's the only scripture he cited.
Justification for sexism.
Yeah, exactly. And apparently his view, when he really got into it, was that like he thought that women should just stay at home and be trained to be mothers, and that's all a woman's purpose is. And that's all we should be dedicating resources to, and women shouldn't be in the workforce.
I wonder why his marriage failed.
Yeah. I don't think he was even married, actually, from what he revealed. So that was interesting too, because I'm like, it was one of those like log versus spec kind of scenarios where it's like, really, dude, you're going there? But anyhow, whatever. It was just a weird misinterpretation, because I think the understanding of what a leader is, there's like the childish understanding. Like my son probably thinks a leader is somebody who can boss people around, because as a kid, it's really fun to just boss people around because you're the boss. Being the boss is fun, you know? But like being an actual boss, like, and being a leader, like, is a totally different scenario than just walking in front of people and pointing and saying, don't do that, do this. That's terrible leadership. Leadership requires a lot of mentorship and engaging people's minds and spirit and their thought and their own convictions, and kind of working with different people who are all different and have different levels of what's acceptable. I mean, that's just people. And so it's like one of those things of like, you can either be a collaborative leader where you're engaging people and you're getting the best productivity out of them, or you can be the worst kind of leader and you get minimal productivity and instant exit the second there's a possibility to leave. You know, and that goes for marriage for sure. Like if you're overly domineering, so like your wife's going to leave, you know, like they'll leave the second there's an opportunity, because it's like, it's not a dictatorship. And nobody, unless they're forced at gunpoint, likes being in a dictatorship. You know,
I can't remember how I came across this, but it was just a bizarre news story where apparently there are groups of people that are like using, and it sounds like something straight out of The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
But they're like using biblical justification to hit their wives, and their wives are like cool with submitting to it because they need to be disciplined or something. And I think they called it like Christian spanking or something.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, this is so absurdly weird. Anyway, I can't remember what it was, but it was bizarre.
Yeah, and I just think once again, that like the misuse of scripture, you know, to kind of do wrongs and oppress people, is not a new thing. Like it's something that pissed off Christ, and I talked about this in those streams, to the point where he was throwing tables. It's the most fascinating thing. Like if anybody has any interest in Christ, it's like reading about like what actually made him mad, like what made him furious, like violent, right? There's one thing, and it was hypocrites in the church using the church to oppress people and make a profit. And it's like, and not a profit like a prophecy, but like a profit like money. And it's like, that was the last straw. That was the thing. That was the only thing. Everything else, like even when Christ was being dragged away to be like crucified, like he told his followers to put down the sword. He was not a violent person. And yet the one thing that he was violent about was that. Yeah. So to me, I would think, like, if you're claiming to be a follower of Christ of any kind, like whatever religion, just if you're claiming you like what Christ said, the last thing I would want to do, I would be really carefully stepping to make sure I'm not using that word to oppress people.
Right.
Like I would just think that that's a good lesson to be really cautious and tread really lightly in that area. Because if you're using it to oppress other people, realize you might be treading into that temple, you know, and doing the very thing that led to that, you know, where I think like most sin and things that, you know, God didn't like. Like, I think most of that was approached more like the woman at the well, where it's like Christ just talks to sinners. Like, he doesn't, you know,
Yeah.
get a bullhorn and like beat people up. Like, it's just the only people that pissed him off were people who were using his name to beat to oppress and exploit people.
Yeah.
So that to me is like, I don't know, as a believer myself, like that's a big warning sign to not like to tread really lightly and make sure you're using the word correctly.
Well, and that's another thing that I think people misunderstand
Yeah.
is I actually think to take the Lord's name in vain, like you shouldn't just randomly use it, right?
Yeah.
And using it as an expletive is obviously bad.
Yeah.
But I think that what they were the more important version of that is to do evil things in the name of God.
Yes.
That's kind of what they're saying is like don't put your sin on me and use me as a justification for your evil behavior. Like
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying when I say don't take, the Lord's name in vain is like don't go do evil things and say that I told you to do it. Like
Yeah.
that's hypocrisy, and that's the anyway. Yeah, I agree.
But it makes my blood boil because it's just it like that kind of take on it. It's just like that's going to lead to so many problems, like
Yeah.
so many like in your own life, like I'm at an age where I've seen friends who've had marriages that are successful and marriages that have fallen apart. And one of the big ones is like you cannot be a dictator in a marriage. Like you just can't.
Yeah, either partner. It just doesn't.
No, no. And like it, I've seen it go both ways,
Yeah.
All right, Ronnie, have a good night. What time is it for you, man? It must be like 5 a.m. there. He's in Florida. Thanks for hanging with us, man. We appreciate it. Yeah, so anyhow, that was definitely one of those interesting conversations for sure.
Yeah.
But I felt really bad for the guy because I was like, it's going to be really hard to have any relationship work in that scenario. I mean, that's just my opinion, but
right, and that's where I feel bad to a point. Well, I'll tell you, I don't often on YouTube talk about religious experiences, but
yeah, I tread pretty lightly on that territory too. But like when, like to me, it was more of like when someone's using that as a banner and like kind of trying to comment to me, I feel like I kind of have to.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm saying I had an experience. So when I was in my 20s, I'd gotten my heart broken a number of times.
Yeah.
And I had become not a little, I had become a lot sarcastic and biting about women. And it was funny. In mixed company, men and women would laugh at my little jokes and jabs about the differences in gender and blah, 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 blah. And I remember I was watching Much Ado About Nothing.
It's such a good, so
good. And I was watching it, and I remember
the only thing that sucks about that is Keanu Reeves. Okay, go ahead. And I like Keanu Reeves. Just
doubt not that I am a cool, cold-hearted dude.
Bro.
He just, every line he delivers sounds like he's a radio DJ.
Yeah.
If you prick me, do I not bleed? Next up on the top 40, we've got U2. But no, so I'm watching that, and Benedict, I was like, man, this guy's funny, right? And he's just ripping on women, right? And the Spirit testified to me, like, very clearly, if you continue to behave like him, you will die miserable and alone. Like, it was like
the
most clear revelations I've ever had. And so I had to like repent and change. And it took a bit. to like make that, but I realized it's interesting. I was called to repentance by a character written hundreds of years ago,
Yeah.
and it's just interesting that human nature doesn't really change that much. But I mean, he had in that play, he had become embittered because his heart had been broken and that type of thing. Like, I forget her name, but she was saying like, you always end with a jade's trick. I know you of old. Like they had some past experience
Yeah.
and using humor to deflect and defend and as a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
And anyway, it was interesting because I was
Yeah,
very
actually it's kind of neat because that's sort of the moral of that play. Like, so it's really powerful that that play kind of did that, because that's sort of the conundrum of that character is like, he's very clever and yet he's sort of closed his heart off to this potential of that he was wrong.
yeah, as had she. They both had chosen intellectual superiority over
Yeah.
happiness.
And ironically, he ends up with a very powerful woman.
Yep.
So yeah, I relate to that a lot. I too, like, I had my time as a kid, especially like a literary nerd kid, where, like, I had my moments where, you read, you read a little bit and, like Oscar Wilde is a great example. If you're going to be a misogynist, I'm just saying, read Oscar Wilde. Because he's the funniest and most interesting of all the misogynists, like, but like Oscar Wilde, like, has like this biting, brilliant humor when it comes to women and like men and women relations and stuff like that. For me, it's been like a more a maturing, because I would definitely say I was slightly misogynistic, and it's been a gradual change in me, in the sense of just, first off, I grew up with like really powerful and intelligent sisters.
Yeah.
So that really helps, because it's like anytime I would try in my head to like dehumanize women, I just couldn't, because I'm like, I have a strong female,
Right.
a lot of strong females in my family. And then, but for me, it was more of just like starting to realize some of the differences. Like, I can walk to a store and my worst fear is getting jumped, like, I don't have to worry about anything beyond that, like, so I just worry, okay, I can kind of weigh the things. But when I was going to college, like, it wasn't unusual to be like, it's a shady part of town, but I'm going to walk to the bar, that kind of thing.
Right.
That's not something everyone can do.
Yeah.
And having realizations like that, like about the limitations that are placed on human beings who are made in the image of God, and like, and then also just realizing like we're all human beings made in the image of God, and that gives us eternal value. And whether somebody's a believer or not, I think that's a valuable thing to believe, is like the idea that every human being has innate value, like outside of like, like what they can offer in the marketplace, like, like a blind man has equal value to a man with sight when they're born, outside of market value, and like, to me, thinking about that and just realizing there's a whole class of people that has been treated as if they're less than, and treated lower than pretty much any other class for like long periods of time, and just like realizing like I'm kind of part of that, like by being like, well, women, like, and then going on with that. So it's like, it's a weird thing where it's like, I definitely, as a guy, acknowledged, I think there are differences between men and women.
Well, and I think it's harmful to pretend like there aren't.
Yeah. And and once again, it's like anything else where it's like it's not like this. It's a spectrum, right? Like it's not a black and white thing, because I could say men are like this and women are like this, but there's always exceptions.
Yeah.
Because guess what? We're human beings and we're different. So I think one of the things that annoys me for women is the fact that, like, rarely are men. I mean, we are put in a box quite often by society, but it's usually by other men. In regards to like some stuff that luckily is kind of dying away now, but it's like the idea of like men can't feel emotion, men can't cry, like, men, like fathers can't be present for their children or tell their kids they love them.
Right.
That's a weird one that existed for a really long period of time. And like those are eroding a little bit, but I feel like it's put on women more often, where it's like, well, women, blah, blah, blah. And like telling a woman who maybe has ambitions to be like a great artist that like their whole life's worth is to have children. I mean, can you imagine, like, just as not you, but like if you're a person who thinks that about women, can you just like for a second like empathize with what that would feel like being told that? Well, you know what I mean? Being told that like by somebody, it's like, hey, I know you have this ambition, but your whole life's purpose is to have kids.
Well, and that somehow it's different than men having kids.
Yeah, 100%.
That's
like this, like, can you imagine like having two kids? Like you're the daughter in a scenario, and you're growing up in a family with a son, and the son is being told like, go be ambitious, make money, like, make art, make your career, make these things happen. And then the woman is being told, well, prepare yourself for marriage because you're going to have children and that's your life.
Right.
Like, that's just not, that's not a world I'd want like a daughter to grow up in, period. Like I think for some people, maybe that is what they want to do. Maybe there are some women who like really want to have kids. Like my wife, wanted kids and wanted a kid. We don't want more. But she wanted a kid and she was happy with the idea of, because I had a job that kind of paid the most of the two of us, like being kind of the stay at home, because we read all these studies and it's like better if you can, for like the kids' well-being, not even saying that that's the only way. And we made it work, but had that been reversed and like she had the breadwinning scenario and like I was able to stay at home and take care of the kid and like she was off to work, I wouldn't give a shit. Like I don't think, I just feel like that kind of role definition is so like restricted and it's really sad because it's like, what if you're a woman who like doesn't want to have kids? What if you're a woman who like doesn't want to get married? What if you're a woman who like wants to just have a career and that's it,
Yeah.
I just think like restricting people to like anyone, like not just women, but I'm just saying like restricting anyone to some kind of like predefined notion of like who they are before even bothering to get to know them is like a dangerous thing,
Oh yeah.
So, cause it's like, yeah, I don't know. That was one of the saddest things about that conversation was just like this idea of that still exists, that this idea exists, because it's like, oh, he also had issues with women being paid equally in the workforce to men.
What?
Yeah.
Why? Like, what is even the argument of that?
And that was the part I was trying to boil down. I was like, hey, so could you like just pin down what you're trying to say? Do you literally think like someone who's doing equal work shouldn't receive equal pay? And he never answered, but then he'd talk about how women shouldn't be in the workforce and they're stealing jobs from men. And I was like, if a woman's stealing a job from a man in the way the workforce is still slightly rigged against them, like that probably means she's way better at that job.
Yeah.
Sorry, but that's true. Like, yeah. Anyhow.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, it was a weird one, man. It was fascinating though. And I mean, selfishly, I was like, all right, dude, you can talk about this. It'll help my YouTube views. Like, but yeah, I don't know. It still bums me out though, because it's like once again, I have sisters, and I'm like, so my sister has to deal with that shit out there, like all the time. That pisses me off. Like, it's not cool. Like, you know. And it was funny because Mai was in the room and she got furious.
Yeah.
I had to kind of almost be like, don't worry, I got this. Because she was gonna break some bones.
I do remember hearing her say, I'd like to have a conversation with his mother.
Yeah, if you're getting that from a female in the room, I would just say, like, that might be a hint that you're not speaking well. Yeah, it was an interesting one. Okay. This is a really weird asked page, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I spent too much time comping out the custom lettering, but it'll save me time when it comes to the final lettering. Oh, but it's getting there. 2 more panels. But anyhow, he also mentioned immigrants, so
That's shocking.
He was a piece of work, yeah. It's unfortunate though. It bums me out. I always feel like I tried to kind of boil it down to just like, hey, let's stick to the one point. Because often when people have, and you probably know this, but it's like when people have like a convoluted worldview, usually it's like they'll be making the error in their own head of like jumping from like premise 1 to like premise 20 without even really examining their first premise.
Yeah.
And so I kept trying to like pin him down on like a premise, any premise, just to be like, hey, let's just target this one thing that you started with, right? Let's see if that holds water, right? Because if it doesn't, that kind of collapses a lot of the other stuff. You know, and if you're basing like identity on that, like you might want to make sure that like foundational premise is solid, right? Because if it's not, like that's dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tough though, because the whole conversation was like appeals to authority and appeals to tradition, and it's like those are. It's hard to get in a conversation with somebody who's only doing that, you know.
Right.
Because, you know, Corey, experts say that I'm a walrus. I don't know if I told you that, but
That's
experts say it.
It's important to understand.
Yeah. Traditionally, in my culture, everyone calls me a walrus. So.
Okay. I think I got this guy's likeness.
Oh, my goodness.
That is much better than before.
That is good. My Photoshop is wigging out, so I gotta quit out of it.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around here.
How is your portrait coming? Like, you got it? You got it nailed?
Oh yeah, let me show you. I'll show you a couple of the ones I've done. I gotta turn the heater off in my room.
Oh man, my computer. I think that memory thing is starting to happen. Frank in the chats just said, "Don't quit." We may not. Well, I wasn't going to. I was going to finish this page, but now my computer has literally frozen. So we will have to see.
All right, let me show you.
Corey, I hate to do this, but I might have to restart because everything just froze.
Yeah.
Other than OBS.
So when you do that, I would bring it back online.
Mm-hmm.
So turn your webcam off on OBS right now.
Okay.
You're trying to basically what you're going to try to do is get rid of all of the stuff that's using your video card memory.
Okay. Let me stop virtual camera. Is that going to work? Oh, I can't. It's frozen. Yeah.
OBS is frozen?
Yeah, I got to force quit out. Everything's frozen.
All right. I'll see you in a couple minutes.
All right. See you in a few.
There we go. So there's one guy. And then there's the singer. And then I believe he plays bass. And then I think he plays rhythm. So there we go. And this guy need to fix his glasses because I think they're more like that. But much better than this attempt, which looked super weird. So that's good. And then that's good. Yeah. Cool. Cool. All right. I am going to see if Josh wants the stream to keep going or if he's going to. Do you want me to keep the stream going? Anyway, I do not draw faces very well, and it takes me a very long time, and I need to practice it a lot more than I have been, but once I get those going, I can get started on this this thing. It is the Corey show. This is my show now. I'm getting rid of this lower third. I add my own lower third. We're just gonna take over. Let's get rid of that, and let's add this. A much more tasteful lower third. Look at that. Subtle. It takes up a very small part of the screen. I'm just trolling Josh at this point. Let's see. But yeah, so anyway, I'm going to hang that back up. I'm gonna go. Okay, cool. Yeah, so he says he's gonna be back. So I am going to figure this out. Then I'm going to take some notes on Lady Killer for that show soon. So see if I can help Josh figure out his computer deal that seems to be causing him some problems right now. I got to fix my camera. I just realized my whole camera is like tilted. This is good TV right here. Me not saying anything and just randomly sitting here and noticing that my setup is wonky. Yeah, that's bad. I gotta do that. Anyway. Yeah. I'll hang out for a bit. Just sending Josh another note. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to save this sketch. and I'm going to upload it. So I'm like super paranoid. I did a video a long time ago about Sketchbook Pro on the iPad, and it still gets a ton of views of people jumping on there saying, "Yeah, it totally crashed for me, and I lost all my work." And so, like, I back stuff up all the time on it now because of that. Josh is back. So,
Oh no.
what's up?
It somehow did not save, even though I saved. So I lost work.
That sucks. I hate that, man.
Oh, I've never had that happen before.
I'm demoing to everybody what a real lower third looks like.
A real lower third. You're like, let me teach you how streaming's done. While Josh is gone, let me stab my buddy in the back. I'm just kidding. I would understand that because my lower third is absurd, and that sounds like a hip hop rhyme.
I was just saying you hadn't been trolled enough recently, so.
I like the trolling. That's the dark side of me that, like, it's funny because Mama Soto, when she was here, was saying I was really abnormally patient, and I was like, I did not feel patient.
No, I could tell you were kind of he kind of got under your skin a little bit.
Well, in a weird way, it's like I have a part of me that likes that.
Right.
I have a part of me that really enjoys that in a weird way. Probably a darker part of my soul, but that's a shame. Now I gotta redo this. Let me make sure it's saving. How did that not save? I had hit save. That's the bizarre part.
Did it finish saving or did it freeze during the save?
That might have been what happened. Maybe the video card was just like fully overloaded or something.
Yeah,
You
could
know?
be.
Yep, it's a possibility.
Hey, let me show you this. I was showing everybody else.
I'd like to see it. Oh, nice.
There's that guy. That's the
Very cool.
And then this is the lead singer.
Yeah, that looks a ton like her. You had sent me.
Yeah, so I got her pretty good on the first try. Him, I was way off. I think this one's much closer because this was the first. It's more like this one was the first attempt. And while I think it might have just been a weird picture I was going off of, but it doesn't look like him very much. And then there's this dude, and then there's this guy. So
nice. Those are awesome, Corey.
Thanks. So anyway, I'm going to send those off to the client, and when she's cool with it, then I will finish them up.
Very strange. The touch sensitivity is all weird.
Okay, so before you do anything, go into your. Can you show your full screen?
Sure. Let me see. Screen share. There you
go. Okay, go into like
this over here.
There's like StreamYard stuff in the way, but go into like settings or preferences in Photoshop. And I gotta make this full screen. I can't read what you're doing.
Sorry.
Shoot, it's like not. I can't.
File handling, maybe.
It might be file handling. It's probably going to be more like GPU or something. Let me see if I can. I'll just open Photoshop on my end. And let me see if I can find what the name of things are. I think I know what's going on. Is there anything called like memory or RAM or scratch disk or Let's see.
Performance scratch discs. There you go.
Okay, and is there an allocation for how much?
It just says in the scratch discs, it says Microsoft HD or Macintosh HD.
Okay, so that's just the location of it.
Performance. Performance. Let Photoshop use. Is that it?
Yeah, there you go. So let Photoshop use, and that is going to be a percentage of your RAM.
So it's 70% right now.
Ooh, 70% is pretty high. How much RAM do you have?
I don't know.
Should say available RAM about 3 lines up from that.
6,317 megabytes.
Okay. Because I have 30,000.
Yeah, I think I need to upgrade my RAM at some point.
Yeah, you might need to upgrade your RAM. Okay, let's look out over on the right of that same thing under performance. What does cache tile size look like?
Tile size. I have graphics processor settings.
Oh, okay.
Maybe advanced settings. Use graphics processor. 30-bit display, anti-alias guides and paths, open.
No. Under that.
Oh.
It says history states, cache levels, cache tile size.
Oh, got it. Cache tile size. 1024K.
Okay. I would turn your history states down. Is it at like 50 or something?
Uh-huh.
So that's going to be how many times you can press Control Z.
Oh.
That eats up memory too. So if you turn that down to like 20 or whatever,
yeah.
Since you're sketching right now, that's not going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
So that'll save you some memory.
Okay.
And then let's see, that's that.
I do need to restart this though.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that might also be a booting thing too, with just the.
Could be.
Yep, there it is. Cool, Wacom fixed.
Okay, animated zoom. History log. I need that. File handling.
Photoshop preferences. File handling. Okay.
Let's see. That's camera raw. Choose directory. Cloud documents working now. I wonder if this would save you some memory. You could turn your recent file list from 20 down to something else. I don't know that would save you too much, but it might save you a little bit.
Recent file list. Where is that?
At the very bottom of file handling.
Oh.
I don't think it'll
need recent files, really.
Yeah, because you've got
it at 10 because I barely use that. It's actually an irritation.
Right.
Where it's like a lot of that, the new sort of, okay, I think that'll do. I'm gonna see how that handles.
Okay, so you could go under performance. There's graphics processor settings, and you've got a drawing mode.
Performance.
So go to performance, and then on the upper right-hand corner, there's a box called graphic processor settings. Click advanced settings. And I wonder what this would do, but this mode uses the graphics processor most intensively. I've got it under advanced. It uses the same amount of memory as the normal mode while enabling more advanced techniques to improve drawing performance. If this mode seems to perform less smoothly, try switching to normal or basic. So that might be something. I would probably leave that at advanced until you don't have any other options.
Okay. I do need to get more RAM. I bought this computer. This is back when we were actually talking about this. Is full circle, Corey.
Yeah.
So, okay, let me get back to the regular. See if I can get back to this daily stream thin stack. Boom. Yeah, so this is kind of full circle, but I bought this computer back when
Scott and I were building these PCs, right?
Yeah, and if you remember, there was the whole boom for people
Oh yeah.
buying processors because they were all obsessed with crypto.
Right.
So it like created this almost like artificial demand for like the metal that's in the RAM.
Yeah.
And so RAM was like absurdly expensive at the time. It was like $200 or $300 like for like 8 gigs or something.
Right.
This is just kind of absurd. But I think it's gone back down, so I should look
Yeah.
in.
It went back down. It might go back up because Bitcoin is at like 44,000 now.
Oh, Bitcoin's up, but I think like I don't know, maybe they upped the manufacturing or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
got
I'll
in.
look.
I bought a little bit of BAT today,
Is that the?
basic attention token.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm into it. I don't dip into stocks though, or anything like that.
Well, this
So,
isn't a stock, but it is speculative.
you know,
But yeah, it's interesting. I think.
I think it's a cool idea from what you described. And I'm not like poo-pooing it because it's like, that would be almost as foolish as being like, what's this Bitcoin thing? Why are you buying Bitcoin? And like, if you own one Bitcoin right now, you're doing pretty okay.
I still kick myself because I almost purchased a Bitcoin when it was $100, but I was like, I don't really have $100 to spare. But I kind of did have $100 to spare, and I don't know what I spent it on, but I remember I almost bought Bitcoin at $93.
Oh
And
wow.
yeah,
I I think early on I had a friend who was like obsessed with it, but it was a friend who fell into a lot of schemes, and so I was like not really trusting that friend.
yeah,
Um, but and I think that might have been back when they were at like 15.
yeah.
So like really early on. And I was
Yeah.
like, what is this nonsense?
It's
Um, I will say it could fall into that very quickly. Um, I
oh yeah.
doubt it, but it could fall pretty fast.
I think at any point in time you could gain or lose. But yeah,
Yeah, and I think that's the part I don't like about stocks. Like I know like all life is risk and stuff like that, but
this is where I am. So I bought it at 50 cents, and
Mhm.
then like literally 30 seconds later it went down to 47 cents. And that was
Oh, so you
yesterday.
bought like a play stock, like this like a
Now
50.
it's at 55. It's yeah, it's new. So it's super new. It is big. Well, I'll show you the um oh sorry.
Do you do any other stocks or just that?
Um no. I mean I do other things, but this is it over the last 3 months. So I bought it a little bit low for the spike, but not low for the 3 month term.
Hmm.
But anyway,
You just bought one?
no, I bought like $50 worth.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Yeah. So I turned $50 into $55 if I were to cash out now.
Nice.
But I actually get the feeling that they are going to that there's going to be a bit of a thing. I should stop talking about this live on the air because I don't want anyone to take. Please don't take anything I do as financial advice ever.
Nothing Corey and I ever say on this stream or any other show we do should ever be considered financial advice because we're not financial advisors. There we go.
Um,
That would be horrible if somebody thought we were giving like valid financial advice. I can give you advice on illustration and potentially building a career or graphic design and building a career, maybe about billing, like what rates you might want to charge a client, but like that's even stretching it.
so
But like,
here's what I think is going to happen with Brave. I think it's a problematic system.
yeah,
Um, I read an article that kind of described really well what my problems with it were.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think it has the potential to topple. So right now, like, if anybody thinks that advertising is so Frank says, so buy tons of bitcoins. Got it. I would not under any circumstances purchase Bitcoin right now.
No.
No, it's like buying property right now in like LA when there's a ton of people out of work and yet the housing market has gone up for some reason. That's a bad time to buy because the market's going to adjust.
I'm mixed on that because it's LA, and like honestly, property in LA, like I once again, we're not financial advisors, but I'm just saying like there've been a lot of people who held off in down markets in Los Angeles that ended up feeling like crap afterwards. If you have money to buy in LA, you should buy in LA.
But
I
I
mean,
don't think it's
what
a
is
down
LA again? It's like the seventh biggest economy in the world.
right, but I don't think it's a down market right now,
What's
housing
up?
wise. I think it's a bubble.
Yeah. I mean, it is absurdly high right now in the sense of values. Like, it wouldn't be a good time. It wouldn't be a good time to buy. It's a good time to borrow.
No, that's what I'm saying is right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be next week or it could be 3 months from now. It might be a great time to buy, but right now you're on the top end right before an adjustment.
No, you're right, actually, because like my house is not low. Like it's, yeah, no.
You can't have. I mean, California got hit really hard with lockdown and employment and
Yeah,
stuff like that, and then entertainment got hit specifically super hard.
yeah,
And
that's
like
true.
LA specifically runs on a lot of entertainment. Like a lot of the major employers
Oh
couldn't
yeah,
do movies and couldn't do any, and yet given that situation, housing, and you have people in major cities like Los Angeles and everywhere kind of around there in New York and Chicago and everything, realizing like, oh, I can still make the same money and just work remotely. I don't have to live
yeah.
in LA.
What's sad to me, and no offense to Frank because Frank is awesome and he lives in Texas. But what's funny to me is like the migration. There was this big migration of Californians to Texas, and I'm imagining just a bunch of them moving in like right when all the power shuts off, and they're like, "I made a bad decision." Like, you know. Anyhow, sorry, I have to riff a little bit on Texas because every time something happens in California, Texans, and not Frank, but a lot of people in Texas in the media will be like, it's just because it's that Democrat state and they can't run their. And then it's like, well, yeah, turns out it's not just California. Just saying.
But anyway, that's how I feel about Bitcoin.
Mhm.
Is I think it's super volatile, for one. But I thought it was high a couple of months ago when it was at 20,000,
Mhm.
and now it's at 44,000. But I mean, Tesla just bought a bunch of Bitcoin and just announced that they will accept Bitcoin as payment for their vehicles.
Mm.
And then anytime Elon Musk does anything, like he's a major influencer of markets.
Mhm.
So that has caused a pretty decent spike. And so you never want to buy at the high, buy low, sell high, not the
Mhm.
opposite. Like there was somebody was telling me recently, and I won't give too many details, that they're working with somebody who bought GameStop stock like after the news stories and stuff, and they were like surprised that they lost their shirt. And they were like, when did you buy it? Because I was talking to them on Monday, and so he was telling the story, and he's saying, when did you buy it? And she said, oh, like 4 days ago. And he's like, why would you buy it then?
Don't.
Like
Yeah.
everybody knows that it's like the news stories are saying how inflated the price is, like, and she was thinking she was going to ride that wave and whatever. And I mean, then it tanks.
Another good piece of advice that I've heard from friends of mine who do participate in stock training and like trading, and like they spend the amount of time on stocks that we spend on art. Like, so it's like that's their hobby. So it's like they go home and they're like researching the markets and stuff like that. And it's like they make pretty okay money with it. But a big piece of advice they make is if you don't really want to dip into stocks and spend the time to do stock trading, don't. Like you will lose your shirt because the people who are playing the game and paying attention are always going to win.
The best way I've heard it described is like, do you spend 30 to 60 hours a week researching this stuff? And if you don't, know that the person on the other side of every transaction that you make is doing that.
Yeah.
So like, by the time I figure something out, it's way too late to capitalize on that because I'm not doing what it takes to do that. But anyway, but I do think Brave browser is an interesting thing right now, and I think
that's cool.
I think BAT,
like it.
Yeah, basic attention token. I would not recommend that people buy it because it has almost no liquidity right now, and so it's going to stagnate for a while because there's no movement in the market because you can't spend on anything. And so the only reason it went up, it went up from like 20 cents to 50 cents because Philip DeFranco mentioned that he's like in and he wants to do it and he got excited about it. And he's like one of the biggest YouTubers that there is. And so you'll get a bump occasionally like that, but it's a fake bump. It's
more of a, like, if you're going to get in on it, like maybe it's more out of belief.
Right. And I got into it because I didn't do anything big. I'm not putting my retirement in it.
No.
But, I got into it because I think from everything I'm reading, I think they could have 60 million users by the end of the year. Huh. And I think every time Facebook does something stupid with Australia, or every time California passes a law, further regulating, Silicon Valley's ability to illegally mine our data or invade our privacy. Every time they do something like that, people are going to look for alternatives to get out of the situation of every movement being tracked. And that positions a browser like Brave and a cryptocurrency it's not a cryptocurrency, but a coin like BAT to get a bump from everything that's happening. And I think the EU, I think Australia, I think the UK, New York, and California are going to continue to do things like that. And then we still haven't seen what's going to happen with the antitrust investigations from Congress. And so all of those things are telling me that there is going to be, at the very least, a movement towards things like the Brave browser.
Yeah.
But I do think the Brave browser is banking on something that isn't going to do well. And it's still an advertising model. I think
it's going to be interesting, man, if Andrew Yang actually ends up winning in New York, which it's looking like that might happen.
Well, I'll tell you what would be fascinating is I know people don't like this, but if we paid for the services that we received on the internet, the entire internet would implode and be rebuilt from scratch. Because right now we're being tricked into thinking that the services that we use are free, when in actuality they're not free. We're paying for it with our individuality and with our privacy and with photos of our children. We are paying for it that way. And it's a weird cyclical thing because prior to Cambridge Analytica, it was an advertiser's dream. They could very clearly and very easily target anyone with an ad very effectively. Since then, audience segmentation has gotten a lot more broad and a lot less useful.
Yeah.
And people have further inoculated themselves against advertising. So we go out of our way to not look at advertising. And advertising is what is currently funding the internet. And the internet has kind of stabilized. It's been basically the same for about 15 years. There have been very little change. There has been very little change. And it's due for a reset. And I think the reset is going to be privacy based.
Yeah.
And as soon as that happens, I think you'll see some things happen that people think that could never happen. I mean, I foresee a future where it's possible that Google goes out of business.
Yeah, I mean, I foresee in that sense, like businesses going out of business. I kind of think all things are possible.
But I mean, but if you look at
that's like that just kind of becomes clear like the older you get, where it's like there have throughout my lifetime been so many businesses that seemed like they would just not implode, and they imploded very quick.
Right. But I mean,
actually GameStop is a good example. Like GameStop was kind of the top of their game, and they just don't have a market. Like I know a lot of people are fans and they're trying to keep them alive and stuff, but it's like
GameStop
is online.
GameStop is a great example because they are dealing in something that people want, something that there's a demand for, but they are dealing in the physical version of that. And there is an easier, more ethical way to deliver that information than physical games. Like downloadable games, better on the environment. They don't use as much plastic. They don't use as much metal. You don't have to leave your home to do it. It's easier. It's arguably less expensive. And
I'm personally like, I prefer, like, if I'm going to buy like a gaming system, I want to go to like a GameStop or something. I don't want to order it. But that being said, like, you know, it's not going to be a lasting business, you know, it just
right.
isn't.
And I don't think advertising on the current
video of like,
sorry, what's that?
10 years from now, somebody watching the stream, Frank, will splice that clip and be like, he said it would go out of business. That's when I'll be running for office on my books conspiracy theory.
And you'll be taking money from GameStop. They'll be one of your biggest supporters.
Okay, so this is a weird question. Do you think in politics that people are going to start running more blatantly on just flat out conspiracy theory because it's pretty effective politically? Like, do you think there's going to be more of that, like left and right, like than there is already?
Okay, so I think there are two ways that we could go, and I think what we're talking about is Frank says he'll be ready. What we're talking about is tied in. The current model of the internet is fueled by machine learning AI that there's a profit incentive for them to manipulate you, anger you, you know, make you sad, make you happy, like control you basically to just total manipulation, and addict you to the platforms so that it's more eyeballs, longer periods of time on the advertising. So the interesting thing that's going on right now is that advertisers are paying a lot of ad dollars to get their ads in front of people, and they can get their ads in front of people and people are ignoring their ads. And so it's an unsustainable model, but if it continues, then the profit incentive for salacious material will continue to be the biggest profit incentive. And so if that's the case, then I think politicians as well as advertisers and everybody else, they'll fully go in for stupid crap that makes people angry or makes people upset or whatever. Like, so that's one option. The other option is this balloon will turn into a very thinly layered bubble, and it will eventually burst because advertisers will move their dollars to where it works.
Mm.
And as soon as you know, the ability to mine incredible amounts of data is taken away
Mm-hmm.
or made cost prohibitive, you know, whether it's taxed or regulated or made illegal, then the current internet as it stands, all social media and search platforms will implode and just be completely destroyed.
Mm.
And out of that, we have the potential to build an internet based on paying for what you use,
Hmm.
where the profit incentive would go back to publishing good quality content that is either entertaining or emotionally stimulating or something along those lines. And if we can get back towards a publisher model where the publishers are making things I mean, like currently, for example, Netflix and Disney Plus are good examples of this shift, and they're kind of at the bleeding edge of where I think everything could go and where I hope it goes, which is like Netflix is going to die if they don't produce decent content that outshines The Mandalorian and WandaVision. They're out, right? And so they are working their tail off trying to stay relevant, because their only relevancy before was that like they were the only streaming service.
Yeah.
And then Hulu came along and they weren't the only streaming service, and they didn't have live television. They lost market share because of that. But they still had lots of movies and blah, 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 blah. Disney Plus comes along and they say, you know, we own enough interesting properties that we can make interesting shows. And, you know, on-demand television has turned back into scheduled television where people are waiting for the new Disney Plus episode to drop every Friday. And that's happened now for a year. So but there's a shift, and the shift is that neither of those services is free. Neither of those services do we look at them and we say, I'm willing to put up with the advertising clutter to get the service. We pay for the service, and they deliver the service. There's a direct correlation in that transaction to the quality that they produce. And Hulu and Netflix have seen this, and Disney Plus will see this as soon as they come up with some show that nobody cares about. Because right now they have one show at a time, and so they all better be amazing or they're screwed.
Yeah, and actually their limited model might actually be their advantage right now, because part of the issue with Netflix is also just overload, where they have a lot of great stuff, but it's just like too much like to curate through. Whereas like with Disney Plus, you're like, okay, I have 12 options. This looks good. I'll check this out. And then you're like, oh, it's good. So it's like highly curated content, which is really smart.
But with Netflix and Hulu, what's happening is in the summer, people unsubscribe from Hulu.
Yeah.
Because there's not new TV. And so they unsubscribe for 3 or 4 months. They save themselves $40 or $50.
Yeah.
And then they jump back in when the show that they care about comes back on. Right. But with the internet, we don't do that as much. We just expect, we've gotten used to free things in air quotes, I say, because I remember when you would purchase a browser, to browse the internet, like you used to have to buy Netscape. And Microsoft.
I don't want to go back to that time, but yes, I do remember it.
I 100% want to go back to that time.
I don't know, man.
No, I 100% want to go back to that time. And I'll tell you why. It is because as soon as there's a direct transactional correlation to my behavior online, there will be a profit incentive to earn my money. And there will be a disincentive to steal my privacy and invade my home and steal my data and advertise to me to the point of exhaustion.
Yeah. Can they put that genie back in the bottle though, without
I mean, that's where I'm worried about like wearable tech, you know, and things like that. Because if you are wearing a device that knows what your heart rate is and it knows your temperature, and it hears what you hear and it sees what you see, which sounds crazy, but I'm basically just describing smartwatches and smart glasses.
Mhm.
I can know a lot about you.
Or whatever too, you know.
What's that?
Well, to an extent, your phone too. I mean, it has your fingerprints and like
Yeah.
it kind of can track and
Right.
much monitor everything you're doing.
Yeah. But I mean, the smartwatches, they have biometric data. So the phones don't have biometric data, but the smartwatches have biometric data. As soon as you get biometric data, I mean, think of the level of manipulation you can have if you have biometric data mixed with audio.
Mm.
If certain words cause your heart to race, I
Mhm.
can do all kinds of things with that information.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Right.
You know what's
So anyway, my
have you,
whole
oh
my
sorry.
whole point is to say I think people are becoming wise to it and governments are starting to get involved, and there are going to be some massive regulations that will cause the internet to need to be restructured. And if as a society we do it correctly and we say, I am going to pay money for the services that I use, whether that be in the form of a tax, like 0.5% of my tax dollars goes towards the internet, or whatever, I don't know. Or if it's, if it's some sort of paid service where I can pay 50 cents a month to, each creator that I do something with or something like that. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do it. But if it goes towards something like that, there will be a profit incentive towards quality, and there will be a disincentive from mining people's data and invading their privacy.
Ooh, I like that.
So it's an interesting possibility,
Yeah.
because the other possibility is, and I know this sounds hyperbolic, but the other possibility is the complete destruction of humanity as we know it.
Yeah, or just like the complete um having to kind of unwire from an internet system. Like to me, like I've seen some of the proposals that are more right leaning about regulating the internet, and they don't, from what I've gathered, they don't seem to actually solve the issue much. Like they sort of almost would like create like a scenario where like companies are more incentivized to be more uh, more legally nefarious, like in the sense of like more cautious about what they publish, but
Right.
peril of free speech. So it's like under the guise of free speech, I've seen a lot of proposals on like supposed regulation that would actually result in more of a scenario of like an absolute lack of freedom online.
Right.
And that's a scenario that would kill the internet.
Oh yeah. As soon as you force search engines and social media sites to act like publishers and to be accountable as publishers,
Yeah.
all user generated information will cease
Yeah.
immediately.
It's like, I think I've mentioned this before, but it's like, Corey, if you're at my house and suddenly I'm told anything Corey says, you can be sued for in this household, we're going to have a much different conversation. And we don't talk about seedy stuff, but suddenly I'm going to be on guard for like anything.
Right.
So, like
And
even if I'm like, do you want a snack? I'm like, wait, could this snack get me sued? Like, you know what I mean? Like the whole
well,
scenario.
and in that scenario, instead of saying anybody can come to my house,
Yeah.
all of a sudden you would gatekeep heavily.
Oh yeah. I'm not going to let the majority of people I know or people I don't know, especially people I don't know, into my house. Right. And that's the thing. It would just destroy.
Yeah. And if you're hyper risk adverse, like most companies are, anybody that you did let into your home, you would have them sign some very significant legally binding documents.
Oh yeah. So like once again, it doesn't really solve the privacy rights, because once you're going to be under more binding agreements, and then like I said, I think it would actually just destroy the internet in general.
Yeah.
Or just evolve it to some sort of weird government propaganda machine, which is frightening.
that's one of the concerns I have with regulation
Yeah.
is I
You don't want
I
to become like China's internet.
right. I think there needs to be some regulation, but I think it needs to be guiding principle regulation rather than like hands-on regulation. Because I mean, like you can regulate cable TV because there's a couple hundred channels and
Yeah.
that's it. But regulating on the governmental side, regulating speech on the internet based on billions of people,
Yeah.
like I don't know how you do that.
I
And
think it
and
has to be more similar to like the way phone companies are treated or something, you know?
like a utility.
Yeah. I think it
Well,
needs to be treated like a utility
and
because it is.
that gets into something kind of interesting. Yeah. Anyway, that gets into something kind of interesting because you look at like freeways. We've talked about a lot on this show.
Yeah.
Um, why isn't why don't we treat fiber optic high speed internet as like we do with freeways?
We should.
You know, I mean, like
It has
raise
almost as much impact.
put like a half a percentage property tax on the federal side of things nationwide, and then build a high speed network so that everyone who has electricity has high speed fiber optic.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of people would be really pissed because we would completely obliterate the telecoms,
Mm-hmm.
which I would be okay with because they're evil and horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but that would be kind of democratizing communication. And then the downside to that is it's like voting. The upside to democracy is that everybody gets to vote, and the downside to democracy is that everybody gets to vote.
To me, like, there's a couple interesting things. Like, one is, uh, oh yeah, this is on the voting thing though. You actually mentioned something a while ago because I've been kind of on this jam of like considering just philosophically like ranked choice voting, and you mentioned a concern that I hadn't even really considered, and I was kind of surprised when you brought it up that I hadn't considered it, which was the strength of a two-party system, where if you have like more parties, it actually waters down the majorities, and so it allows for more kind of fringe viewpoints to actually get mainstream.
Yeah.
I hadn't even considered that. Like, but historically, you're totally right. Like, had it been like a two-party thing, and everybody hyperbolically brings up Germany, but it is a good example in this case. Um, had it been like more of just a straight two-party conflict in Germany, like you may not have even had the Nazi Party like rise because it was really fringe. They didn't have a solid even half of the majority, but because it was so split between all these different parties, all they needed was the majority of like 30%. I think it might have even been a smaller percentage in order to kind of win, and that does allow for more kind of nefarious gamifying. And I hadn't even considered that. I wonder if that comes into play with rank choice, but that did make me reconsider. I don't know why I thought of that. I think it's because you mentioned voting, and I was remembering our last conversation regarding that. And it was like, oh yeah, like that was a very interesting kind of conundrum in that makes me kind of rethink it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because I hate the two-party system, kind of like I hate the electoral college.
Yeah.
But the alternatives to those things are not necessarily better.
Yeah, I'm mixed on the electoral college thing because I still tend to swing toward the idea of actually abolishing the electoral college.
I think if you abolished the electoral college, well, I mean, the problem is this. I like that there are conservatives and I like that there are liberals,
Mm-hmm.
because in the battle between those two ideologies, you get what you need out of both a lot of the time. Because you need limitations on government and you need social safety nets. Like those are things that need to happen, and so that push and pull that happens on the ideological left and right is beneficial to a society, I think.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we've talked about this a lot, but the extremes on either side are going to be awful.
Yeah.
My concern is abolishing the electoral college would drastically shift things to the left
Oh yeah.
without much recourse from the right. There wouldn't be a lot of ways to balance that out. That's a challenge. But I think, like, if we just put like a grid across the country that was just, it was like, all of your districts have to be made out of rectangles.
Mm-hmm.
You get four corners and four sides, and they can be based on population density, so the rectangles can change size
Mm-hmm.
up and down, but not shape. I think you would eliminate a lot more, because I think the real problem with the electoral college on a macro scale is actually what's happening on a micro scale with gerrymandering.
Yeah, I mean, redistricting should be just gotten rid of, and unfortunately, whatever political party is in power, whenever they redraw the maps, they don't want to get rid of it.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, they're in cahoots with each other. I mean, they pretend to be on different sides, but when it comes to gerrymandering, they're like, let's divvy it up, you know, and
They kind of don't divvy it, but it's like I said, they kind of rig it to whichever party is in charge at the time's advantage, and then they, with the mutual understanding that, like, hey, when we get to do this,
right.
like, we're gonna rig it in our favor, and nobody wants to abolish it because they know, like, oh, in a year we're gonna get to rig it.
Right.
The thing that I have an issue with is, and I'm torn on this too, because I kind of understand, like, there's a danger to, like, pure democracy, in the sense of, like, it opens things up to, like, mob rule.
Right.
The downside is there's a danger to, like, republics, in the sense that it can open itself up to minority rule, and I don't mean minority like, racial or anything like that, but I mean, like, minority, like,
Unpopular opinions.
general public, like, thinks something's immoral, but, like, three people think it's not, and they happen to have the electors, so they're equal to, like, the majority. And that's
Right. And that's the huge downside of the electoral college.
Yeah.
The upside of it is, when you're talking like democracy versus republic, like, at times, well, any group of people with unchecked power tend to oppress those that are marginalized. That's historically. Sometimes it's based on race, sometimes it's based on belief, sometimes it's based on nothing. It's just based on whatever accent or whatnot. There's always some sort of arbitrary thing.
And I mean, like, there's an old joke, and I don't remember who said it, but it's, if they ever get rid of racism, they'll be, uh, differentiating, like, and picking on groups based on hair color. Like, it'll be something. It's
Right.
always something.
Yeah, I was reading. It's one of those Brandon Sanderson books,
Mm-hmm.
and they were saying it was kind of this conversation, but it was high fantasy, and so the argument was every system is broken, and, like, no matter what you come up with, there's people are going to be evil and take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, over here, they don't have voting or anything. It's just whoever is the oldest is in charge of the country. And the other person was like, well, that sounds great. Then you get the wisdom and you get the whatever. And they're like, yeah, until somebody comes into power and decides that they're going to murder everyone who reaches a certain age so that they maintain the power in their family, and they kill everyone older than their son. So.
It's so true. Okay, those Sanderson books I need to get back on. The last one I got halfway through was like the story about the little girl.
The Edge Dancer.
Yeah. And I got like halfway through it and was like, I just can't.
His books are overwhelming. It's been a couple of weeks.
Overload of the.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I read them, but I read like too many in a row at too short a period of time, and I loved them, but I'm like I'm gonna take a couple of years off.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back. I've got to fix something real quick.
No worries, man. No rush. Frank, are you still there? Are you hanging in there with us? I hope that you are. We might have outlasted Frank. And Frank is like a machine in his durability on the interwebs, but I think we might have outlasted him. I am on my last panel. I'm very excited about. This has been a long page that's taken a long while to process, partially because I lost a couple panels, and just partially because some pages take more time than others. So, but it's been a fun stream. Talked about all kinds of things. I don't even know what to title this one. I'm going to have to think about it. Not even sure. Well, we did like some midway stuff. We talked a lot about old 80s television shows. We've ended up kind of having some really cool discussions. Great, interesting hangouts. So. But I do think this might be the completion of this page. Finally. And there it is. So let me make this full screen super quick. All right, so I'm going to show this just real quick. This is the finished page that took forever to work out. And I think it was mainly because I overworked the type, but I'm going to high five myself when it comes to the final type. Here, let me make this a little smaller so people can see it. Okay, there it is. If anyone lasted this far into the stream, we're at like 6 hours. So welcome to the day. And so that's it for that page. I've finished 104. Corey, how are you hanging in there?
Good.
Half of this crazy long broadcast. I think this might be the longest one.
I was here for half.
What's up?
I don't remember being here for half, but I guess I have been.
Yeah, it's been on.
I've been here since about 2, and it's 4, so I think I've only been here for about 2 hours.
Oh, dude, and we're being joined by a new guy, Miguel. How's it going, Miguel? He just hopped on just as we're about to probably close out. So to put this in perspective for you, Miguel, it is 3 a.m. where I'm at. It's 4 a.m. where Corey is at, and we have a stream later in the day. Which, are you prepped for it? You feel good about it?
No, I got on here instead. So,
oh no, dude.
But I did get the client work done that I needed to get done. So now I'm going to take a shower and read everything I need to do and take all those notes, and then I will go to bed.
That's actually brilliant. And the client stuff is brilliant as well. Yeah, it came out really cool. I actually have some client revisions I have to do during the day tomorrow. And then Tuesday, I don't know if I told you this, I am being interviewed for, I think it's like a 15-minute segment. Hold on a second. Why is this
where are you, Miguel? I'm curious. 6 a.m. where he is.
Oh, nice.
5 a.m.
Like, are you in Florida, dude? Because I know we just had someone bail from Florida because it was like 4 a.m. for them. I think that might have been a few hours ago.
Yeah, it could be East Coast. I'm trying to think of it. That's yeah, that makes sense. That's 2 hours ahead.
Let's see here. There is
3 hours for you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was blanking out. So I'm going to be on Comic Book Club on Tuesday, which I'm excited about. It's like I think they were associated with Nerdist for a little bit.
That's cool.
Yeah. So that should be pretty fun. It's weird, though. I think it's a very quick shot interview kind of thing, which I'm not good at because I'm very long winded. So that makes me nervous, but I think that'll be cool. So that's on Tuesday.
Is it live?
Yeah. Yeah. Which is even more nerve wracking.
Miguel's in New York.
Oh, nice. New York City. Welcome, sir. That is badass. And Miguel's been in the chats before. I should have remembered that, man. Actually, I think I talked about really digging New York. I can't imagine what that's like right now with all the shutdowns and stuff. It's probably very similar to LA, except like times 10, because New York is like very similar to LA, except like times 10. In the sense of like a very like active cultural city, like huge. Yeah. Anyhow. All right. Well, oh yeah. And then if anybody's watching this far in, tonight at like 9 o'clock Pacific time, we'll be doing. If you go to Iris Agency, Corey and I think Scott, is Scott still joining us?
I haven't heard if he's going to be on this episode or not.
Okay, well, Scott, pending, who knows? He might be there, he might not. But we're going to be reviewing. What are we going to be reviewing, Corey?
Lady Killer.
Lady Killer, thank you. And it's brilliant. It looks really beautiful, and I'm excited. The art looks really cool. So
yeah,
I'm excited about that. But Joel Jones is the illustrator?
Yep, Joel Jones.
Really good stuff.
I've got some notes so far.
Oh, dude.
On volume 2, so
yeah, you should be good, man.
I actually might spend most of my time on volume 2. It's interesting. I think she leveled up between volume 1 and volume 2 quite a bit. Like she's very good in volume 1, but like she is brilliant in volume 2. Like as far as like her compositions and her backgrounds and stuff are incredible. As you move into the latter half of the story. And at first anyway, I'll talk about the shift, but yeah, it's a fascinating book. And so anybody wants to see some amazing composition and expression and facial expressions and gesture drawing, mixed with some incredible art and ink, and an okay story. I don't think it's incredible, but it's a fun story. Yeah, tune in today. I suppose it is today in a few hours.
Nice. I was just thinking of a really problematic one. If we do Sandman, that'll be hard because that's one of those ones that's kind of a horror comic and there's intention behind the utterly grotesque violence in it. But there's really utterly grotesque violence. I don't know how we're going to navigate that, but we'll get there.
Having listened to the audiobook, I might have to bow out of that because I haven't read it.
There'll just be entire books we skip. Like this one's really cool and tense, but yeah, we can't cover it.
There is a couple chapters there that I wish I could delete from my memory.
Oh, I think that's what's brilliant about them, though, because it is horror, and it's like, I will tell you, there has rarely been a book that's written that will haunt you like that restaurant, and that's all I'll say. So let's see. Oh, one last thing. I'm really baffled on what to call this. Do you have any suggestions, Corey? I want something clickbaity but relevant to what we actually discussed. The place.
80s cartoons, the implosion of the internet, and
I like this. Okay, I'm gonna do.
They come in threes, so you got to do threes. 80s cartoons, the implosion of the internet, and don't put anything about our most recent conversation because then the algorithms will suppress your video. I was thinking something with gerrymandering or the electoral college or something, but you could do Smurfs, Snorks, and the implosion of the internet. I don't know.
So I'm gonna do 80s cartoons and internet implosion. I think that works. Because implosion of the. Okay, I'm gonna try that out. I do like Frank's suggestion of just calling it "No Trolls Tonight" because I've had such an interesting little story arc of our friendly troll that visited on the last two. Miguel, I hope you have a good morning in New York, and I envy the location you live at in the sense of the food and the people. And I think that's about it. And then Frank, dude, you bore with us the entire freaking time. I thought we had lost you for a second, and I was wrong. You outlasted us as usual. So thank you, Frank, for your loyalty, for sticking around. Thanks to Mama Soto. Thanks to Ronnie Gunter and like everybody else who's checked, who's stopped in. And as usual, also check out their work. And that'll do it. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks again, Corey, too. It's fun to have you on again because I don't know, man. It's fun to chat and work.
All right. We scared off all the trolls, though. That would have been fun to talk.
Yeah, I think it was because like it's literally the first time where I've actually had to block somebody in the chats, which is a bummer. It broke my heart a little bit. I was like, I don't want to block you, dude. Just stop. Like.
And you say you're for or against censorship.
I am, but there are certain points where it's like if you're in a restaurant and you're just kind of rambling and attacking customers and stuff, like at some point you're gonna get kicked out of the restaurant. Like, oh, like I said, it's all about context, and that context was not good. All right, man. Have a good night, and yeah. I hope you guys all have a good day as well. And goodbye. Oh, check out Corey Kerr's art at coreykerr.com.
Yes, go do that.